battle. He sounds like the guy who he thinks is his
These people were
ancestor,
stupid.
Achilles, doesn't
I think at casinos not to have
Alexander
chargers
led his Macedonian
for
cavalry through the
people in the
riverbed
machine,
and directly
like
into
a
the
USB
position
or
of the
something. Why?
satraps of the Persian grandee
Keep
is on
people
the
at
equal
that
side.
fucking thing all the time, sucking on money. If you're just sitting here on whatever, I'll be at the machine.
He tried to groom for another, but the groom's own lens was broken.
CIA used to have that fucking charge to put your phone in fucking CIA. Yeah, they fucking
Another of his redneck finally surrendered his lands to the king. Alexander spied Mithridates, a son-in-law of Darius the Great King, advancing. Riding out from his guard, the Macedonian drove his lance straight through the Persian's face, flinging him to the ground. Now, Rosakes, another Persian, brother of the satrap of Lydia, struck Alexander on the head. The blow wrecked the king's helmet, yet the helmet saved the king. Clearing Mithridates' gore off his lance, Alexander took Rosakes in the chest, piercing his cuirass and hurling him to the ground as well. From the melee behind the king, the satrap's Mithridates swung back to deliver a great blow to avenge his fallen brother. But Alexander's companion Cletus was there first with his own sword, and clove off at the shoulder the arm upraised to fell the king. It was from this point in the fighting, this cascade of arterial blood, that panic began to spread among the Persians until it carried them fleeing from the field. That's a famous story in Alexander's life. As he's in the midst of the fighting, a Persian from behind is about to strike him, maybe take his head off, and as his arm is upraised to bring the blow down on Alexander's head, his friend Cletus shears off the Persian's arm with a weapon in hand. Think about all that's going on in the midst of it. How much of that is a good story and how much of it's really what happened? It's hard to know. It's hard to know, and it's also hard to know if things really went that way. Some historians believe that there may have been a reverse initially of this battle, but that Alexander's propaganda, which could not
if I were fucking running, I don't want people to leave the fucking machine. I put fucking fountain drinks there, I put all kinds of shit in there. Really? So that's how they get a lot of money. Not on soda. Soda's just cheap. Give that shit away. Keep people there. It's one thing if like you gotta always wait for someone to go get like a server, like a cocktail server to go get your shit. Another thing is you just go get soda all the time. Oh, yeah, keep people there.
Once the Persians see this, now it's time to get serious. We're going to call it a royal army, and that's a big degree. Remember, the Persians treated their empire a little like a company with subcontractors. Their army had a royal corps, sort of, that they could bring to a mustering spot, and then they would call from whatever districts they needed forces from, in this case, most of them, to come and bring troops to the same location. Bring your local forces, and we'll pull them all together, and then we'll have this huge force to deal with Alexander. So the call comes out, and the Persian king is going to take the field himself. And meanwhile, Alexander goes and does the stuff that you do. He takes the submission of local people, in the area that are saying, I always hated the king, I'm glad you're here, and I'm going to be your friend. Can I stay in charge of this region I've always run? I'm really good at it. I've got it down to science. So there's a lot of that. There's also the people who resist and hide behind the walls, and Alexander has to break those places down. He's not nice usually when he does. Alexander comes up with a novel strategy to sort of eliminate the threat from the Persian fleet. He doesn't have a fleet that can fight the Persian fleet, so he just goes around and starts taking all the cities along the coastline so that there won't be any place for the fleet to, seek a port. He just takes all the ports. Not a bad strategy either. Meanwhile, while Alexander was consolidating his conquest and running his port strategy, the Persians are funneling money into all the states in Greece that want to break away from Macedonia. Ironically, a bunch of them places that 150 years ago were fighting for their lives and freedom against these very Persians. And while all this is going on, the king of kings in Persia is mustering the royal army, which must have taken a long time. It's a vast empire, just getting from one place to another with a lot of troops is not easy. So they muster them, I believe it was in Babylon, and then they head up towards modern-day Turkey in the fall of 333 BCE. To give you an idea of how rare this is, although I think they had fought some major battles in Egypt not that long ago, Historian Pierre Briand says that the people in that part of the Persian Empire of Turkey had not seen a royal army in 150 years since Xerxes' time. So the Persians don't often have to bring out the big guns. The fact that the king is there with the army now is a sign that they're taking Alexander the Great seriously. Our ancient Greek writer Arrian says the Persian king is leading 600,000 men through Syria and up toward Turkey to confront Alexander. That's pretty darn serious. It's also pretty darn incredible. As always with the Persian numbers, historians know they're incredible. They just can't agree on what is credible. Alexander's probably got about 40,000 guys with him. The low numbers you hear for the Persians are equal to Alexander. Most often, though, the numbers you get for the Persians are twice as large or 2.5 times as large. Generally, it's thought that Alexander is significantly outnumbered in this battle, and that's not hard to believe, considering that you are in the Persian heartland. But I have to remind myself, and again, this is the value of a historian from 100 years ago, like Hans Delbrück from Germany. But Delbrück reminds us and uses historical examples to point out that just because you have a lot of people in a place doesn't mean those people are soldiers. We always had this concept that every human being out there is a potential person you can throw into the ranks, and as Delbrück points out, no, in these societies you have people who are warriors, you have people who make pottery and things like that, who farm, and sometimes they can be malicious, but he points out if the Persian army were a lot smaller than you thought an empire that size should produce, there are historical analogies all over the place for why that might be. Nonetheless, however large this army is that the Persian King of Kings is leading personally, it somehow manages to get behind Alexander the Great's army, cuts off his line of retreat, blocks his supply, and if you believe the historians, Arthur Farrell says Alexander must have been shocked to find this out. How did that happen? And historians, argue over whether or not this was deliberate and a master stroke by the Persian generals, or was it sort of an accident and they kind of found themselves, oh, guess what, I'm on Alexander's supply line. This fact, though, is why if you look at the battle that's about to happen, it looks like the map needs to be turned upside down. The armies appear to be on the wrong side, but that's because the positions got reversed, and that's why Alexander's coming north, and the Persians are going south, and they meet in this coastal plain. So you have the ocean on one side, one flank is guarded by the sea, and you have the mountains 2, maybe 2.5 miles in the other direction. So you've got this coastal plain that turns out to be your battlefield. The order takes from the ancients about the Persian decision to fight at this spot, because they will say that at 2 miles or maybe a little bit longer, it's not a wide enough plain for the Persians to really take advantage of their superior numbers. They're constrained. They're hemmed in by the hills on one side and the sea on the other. But remember, these are the same people that thought there were 600,000 Persians there, maybe, so maybe a little distorted view of how it really was. For me, though, when you look at what's about to happen, you're seeing, in my opinion, but a lot of people feel this way, Alexander's real acid test. The first time maybe you can make a good case that he's not living off his dad's views, and that everything he'd done so far was something that a lot of people probably could have done, having been handed what Alexander was handed. I mean, my gosh, you could have had a puppet king with those generals of Philip's and his dad's. If they didn't give you their murderous wild guys, I mean, you wouldn't survive in that setting. What do we call it? A mafia crime family type dynamic. Nonetheless, those guys could have run this whole thing probably on autopilot. This, to me, is a battle where you see Alexander stand out as something really special. And there are people who will say that even after this battle, it still could have been on autopilot. That's how good this army was, and that's how good the command structure was. It's really quite a step up. And yet, in this battle, as the Duke of Wellington supposedly said about Waterloo, this battle's going to be a near-run the thing, which you don't normally associate with Alexander, who's got this sort of godlike quality, in part something fanned maybe by his own publicists and media staff, where you don't even think he comes close to losing. But in this battle, it's a near-run thing. Both sides will line up on opposite sides of a small stream. The stream gives you a little cover to deploy, because one of the little-known fun parts about ancient battle, really even up to Napoleonic times and later, is that it takes a long time to deploy. Think about how many people you're talking about, and they all have to be in specific positions. So both sides take hours at this. And in a place like ancient Greece, in a lot of cultures actually, they had all these sort of cultural gentlemen's agreements, I guess you could call them, where you'd say things like, nobody attacks anybody else until everybody's ready, right? And they'll say, go at it. Vikings did that. Ancient Greeks did that. But when you're fighting cross-culturally, all those gentlemen's agreements go out the window. So both sides are on opposite sides of this stream. They're all using light infantry and cavalry to keep the other side from messing with them too much while they get their soldiers in just the right spots. Told there's last-minute moves of units from one side to the other, countering this and countering that. Basically, the Persians line up a whole bunch of cavalry on their right flank, and their plan, according to, this is argued about too, but Arthur Farrell, he's a good military historian to follow. He goes with the general agreement that the Persians are trying to do a hammer and anvil tactic, and so's Alexander. They're just doing it on opposite sides of the battlefield. So Alexander's going to lead a charge on his right flank and try to crush the Persian left flank, and then sweep around and go attack the Persian middle from behind, and the Persians are going to try to do the exact same thing on the opposite side of the battlefield. They've massed almost all their cavalry. Now, I can't help but think how much of a morale boost it has to be to your average Persian soldier there. You may be facing this Demon King guy, this Darth Vader character, but all you have to do is look down your own battle line, and 100, 200, 300 yards down the line, you see the sacred chariot of Persia's King of Kings, drawn by the sacred white horses and surrounded by the royal guard. Now, this guy is not quite a god king like a pharaoh or something, but he's about one tiny half step below that. You have to feel pretty confident if you're on the Persian side and you look and the King of Kings is right there. We said earlier, Alexander the Great is Macedonia's head of state, fighting in hand-to-hand combat in these battles. This is the first time that the head of state from Macedonia faces on the opposite side of the battlefield, 100, 200 yards away at the start, the head of state of the empire he's trying to take down. And I love that. I mean, that reminds me of that video when I was a kid. Genesis did one during the Cold War. They had Ronald Reagan and the head of the Soviet Union fighting hand-to-hand in a cage or in the mud or something. I tried to come up with like a modern analogy, and they're all so ridiculous, but they're still fun. I mean, imagine the Second World War where you're fighting this way, and on one side of the battlefield is Winston Churchill and the British forces, and they look across no man's land 100, 200 yards across the field, and they are surrounded by, maybe the mounted SS lifeguard is Adolf Hitler. You can see them on the other side, and depending on how you conduct yourselves, if you want to, you can go get them. This is once again where Alexander looks very Homeric in the sense that it comes through on the sources, he wants to make this personal. And I'm not sure the King of Persia does. Not wanting to weigh in on the controversy of all the arguments of how these battles may have gone, I'll let Arthur Farrell, military historian, I'll let him do it. After saying that the Persians were using a hammer and anvil strategy, he goes on to say that Alexander is too, is his quote. Ironically, Alexander's plan was essentially the same as his opponent's, and we can see clearly in this battle how the traditions of ancient Near Eastern and Greco-Macedonian warfare had been fused. Alexander hoped to break through Darius's left center in a cavalry charge, and to wheel around against the rear of the Persian center in an identical hammer and anvil operation. As Alexander neared the Persian position, he forced his army to advance at a slow pace, just as the Persians had done against Cyrus and Cunaxa. Finally, when the Macedonians were well within bowshot, probably at about a distance of 100 yards, Alexander ordered an attack on the double. With contingents of cavalry on his right, supported by infantry close behind, he charged the river at a gallop. Persian skirmishers in front of their line probably fell back in panic, creating confusion in the main infantry line on the Persian left center, and Alexander smashed through. This battle is often portrayed as sort of a race against time. because Alexander is blowing away the opponents that he and his cavalry are facing in front of them. The problem is he's having problems in all the other sectors of the battlefield. In the center, he's having problems against the Greek mercenaries hired by the Persians, and his left flank is in real trouble because that's where the Persian version of the hammer and anvil tactics are hammering. They put all their cavalry on their right flank, and now the poor Macedonian cavalry, really Greek and Thessalian cavalry on their left flank, is trying to hold their own without collapsing. So Alexander has to manage to finish this battle from the distant position he has on one flank before his center and his left flank collapses. So to say, Alexander, in keeping with the original plan, swings his cavalry to his left and begins attacking the rear of the Persian line. But is he going to be able to win the battle there before his own army collapses? And then, traditionally, we're told he spots the alternative. One way to destroy an ancient army is to destroy the ancient army. Another way to destroy the ancient army is simply to kill the commander. Doesn't always work, of course, but if the commander's the head of state and a near god king, chances are better than normal. Traditionally, Alexander spies his counterpart not that far away, and in true Homeric fashion, makes right for him with a few hundred of his closest companions. Restoring Peter Green picks up the narrative. The moment he located the great king's chariot, Alexander charged straight for it, and every Macedonian warrior that day shared his ambition. The defense was equally heroic. Darius certainly knew how to command loyalty among the Iranian barons. Hosathres, leading the royal household cavalry, fought desperately to protect him. Dying men and horses lay piled in wild confusion. Alexander received a wound in the thigh from Darius himself, or so it was claimed. If this is true, it shows how close he came to attaining his objective. The horses of Darius's chariot, covered with wounds and terrified by the corpses lying all about them, plunged and reared, half berserk. For a moment, there was a real danger that they might carry the great king headlong through Alexander's. Darius, abandoning royal protocol in this emergency, grabbed the reins with his own hands. A second, lighter chariot was somehow found and brought up. Darius, seeing himself in imminent danger of capture, scrambled into it and fled the field. The King of Kings of Persia got in his chariot, and in front of all these men whose morale was so hardened by the fact their near god king was there with them, sharing the risks and not afraid of the demon king, this Darth Vader. That guy was running away as fast as he could go. Kind of makes you think that all of the wondrous effect, the magic power of having the God King, near God King there, just sort of boomerangs at a time like this, doesn't it? Would have been better had the king not even been there at all than to see him turn tail and flee. His army, which had been fighting pretty darn well, maybe winning the center, certainly winning, the Persian right flank against the Macedonians' other cavalry wing, it disintegrates. Not an unusual thing in an ancient battle, by the way. As we told you, officers are important, generals are really important. If your general is your head of state as well, if they run away or die, it's not unusual for the army to sort of melt away. In this case, we're told, again, if you buy the ancient numbers, hundreds of thousands of people begin a choking, panicked retreat, where the bodies become so thick, Alexander supposedly, in pursuit of the Persian King of Kings, can cross rivers on the piles of corpses. Nonetheless, that's one of the key battles in ancient history, because no matter what happens next, this is not a fluke anymore. Alexander is in the process of toppling the Persian Empire, and the mood, historically speaking, seems to change. Now we start getting correspondence, we're told, between the King of Kings of Persia and this Macedonian warlord, who all of a sudden controls a nice chunk of what was, up until a few months ago, the Persian Empire. Very different tone between these two men now. What's more, some of Alexander's generals, people he inherited from his father, are starting to think that what they've conquered to this point looks pretty good. And maybe you might want to walk away from the gambling table in Las Vegas at this point with what you've won, rather than gamble anymore, and overreach. But they're not Alexander, and he is. In fact, he continually likes to point out to them. Traditionally, it's at this point in the story where the Persians begin to offer Alexander deals. He's supposed to get letters or envoys, the ancient sources say, from the Persian king, basically offering him territory and other things in exchange for deciding you've had enough. Like peace inside me died. I read Pierre Brion's Very Modern History, and he suggested that all these traditional accounts, which all the historians I grew up reading took as gospel, are almost certainly nothing but Macedonian propaganda from the time period. As I said earlier, it's hard enough to try to figure out what's going on with the normal source problems. You add the Macedonian propaganda, it's very confusing. And unfortunately for us, some of the best stuff then is stuff that Brion would have us believe is a direct fabrication for real world purposes. Nonetheless, you can actually tell quite a bit about other things by the propaganda. In this case, what we used to, and I still wish is actually like the official, from the desk of Alexander the Great type communication between Alexander and Darius is instead a piece of propaganda where the Macedonians are trying to give you a feel for a certain relationship, and the relationship is this new one, at least in the eyes of King Alexander, as he calls himself in this propagandistic note. And the King of Kings of the ancient and grand Persian Empire, who he refers to merely as Darius. This is from Arian, who, remember, supposedly had a source who was there with Alexander, and he describes a response to an official note he's supposed to have gotten, all propaganda, from the King of Kings of Persia saying, give me back my family, which Alexander seized as booty after Issus. They were there. You didn't bring your family to the battlefield, but the King of Kings did, and Alexander snatched him up. So he wants his family back. He's going to make a deal. He proposes a deal to Alexander who says, you want your family back, you want your wife back, your kids back. Arian has the rest of the note back to Darius saying, quote, come to me, therefore, as you would come to the Lord of the continent of Asia. Should you fear to suffer any indignity at my hands, then send some of your friends, and I will give them the proper guarantees. Come then, and ask me for your mother, your wife, and your children, and anything else that you please, for you shall have them, and whatever besides you can persuade me to give you. And in future, let any communication you wish to make with me be addressed to the King of all Asia. Do not write to me as to an equal. Everything you possess is now mine. So if you should want anything, let me know in the proper terms, or I shall take steps to deal with you as a criminal. If, on the other hand, you wish to dispute your throne, stand and fight for it, and do not run away. Wherever you may hide yourself, be sure I shall seek you out. End quote. Oh, how can you not want that to be true, right? There's another correspondence that's supposed to have happened right before the big climactic battle we're leading up to, where another deal is supposed to be offered to Alexander, one that basically gives them, everything beyond their wildest dreams if they'll just call the war off at that point. And Alexander's general Parmenio, who's a leftover from his more conservative dad, is supposed to have said, that's a great deal, I'd take that deal if I were Alexander. And then this great legendary mythical figure Alexander is supposed to have replied, I would take it too, if I were Parmenio. Boom. Right at drop the mic moment right there. But the minute you start getting correspondence like this, any king would know you gotta go get another army. So while Alexander deals with a bunch of sieges, including a terrible one in a Phoenician city called Tyre, the king of Persia puts together an army mostly based around peoples from his eastern territories, and he's got wild, nasty warrior people, most of them mounted, most of them archers, many of them armored from his eastern territories. He's putting all that together, and then in 331 BCE, we're told Alexander's sort of making towards Babylon. That's something the Persians can't have happen because that's the financial capital and it's got all sorts of importance. So the Persian king takes this new army of his, which is supposed to be extremely numerous, extremely cavalry heavy, finds a spot that Alexander's going to go through, although there's some tense moments as to where Alexander's actually going to go. But eventually they find this battlefield. We're told that the king actually levels this battlefield to make sure all the little pieces of brush are cleared away, so it's a nice flat place where all of his troops can really operate well. And in a sort of a wonderfully ironic sort of bookend of this whole piece, here's this climactic battle where the representatives, what have we said, of the very, very old world of ancient Assyria and the glory of ancient Mesopotamia take on the newcomers here, the guy who's going to murder that old world. And where does it happen? Right near the ruins of the glorious Assyrian capital, Nineveh, where Xenophon saw his ghost city. We talked about the Statue of Liberty, half submerged in the surf moment. Seems a perfect spot to decide who's going to take all the marbles here. Told that the Persian army and the Hellenic League, which is Alexander and the Greeks and the Macedonians, that they camp 3 or 4 and 7 miles from each other. And the traditional story, which is part of the fun, is that Alexander had his troops to sleep well, and the Persians were so afraid of a night attack that they kept their people at battle stations all night, so that by the time the battle happens, they're all tired. The ancient sources say Alexander intercepts letters from the Persians to his own troops, inciting them to try to assassinate Alexander. So as we said earlier, if you're confronted with these disruptive, extraordinary people, what do you do to level the playing field? Maybe you just kill them. So maybe you're about to do that, or maybe that's what
Why are you so fucking gross, bitch? Fuck, cause you whooping my ass.
Thursday of October 331 BC, traditionally these armies deploy against
Oh, fuck. He's hotter than a motherfucker.
Of course, I expect nothing less from the ancient sources, but this time
Dude, I could fucking
they
use
were supposedly has a direct line to a guy who was there and would have known, since the Persians had 1 million infantry lined up on this field, 1 million, and 40,000 cavalry. Still broke out for years ago. If you had 12,000 cavalry,
slapping that nut.
nonetheless, once again, we have no idea what the real numbers are. Alexander is supposed to have had 47,000 guns. That's a pretty specific number, 7,000 of those cavalry. It's probably safe to assume he was outnumbered 2, 3 to 1 maybe. The sources say that the Persian army is so numerous that its battle line is much, much longer than Alexander's and overlaps it by a huge amount. It stretches off into the distance. It may have been almost 3 miles long. And so Alexander, to account for this, just sort of plans for having people available to deal with being surrounded. If that happens, he angles both his flanks sort of backwards, so that if somebody does attack from the side, they're actually facing in the right direction. He stations some troops behind the main battle line in order to go get anybody that gets around us. And then otherwise, he sets up a pretty much standard Macedonian template style. He and the companion cavalry on the right flank to act as the lightning bolt hammer. Poor Parmenio and the rest of the cavalry on the left flank with orders to hold off the enemy attack until Alexander can win the whole thing. And then the anvil, this giant mass of human beings in the middle, 16 ranks deep, maybe an 18-foot pike, and stretching themselves, over a distance of like a half mile or more. I mean, it's crazy to think about what a wonderful platform of maneuver that is. How do you deal with that if you're the Persians? Isn't this the common standard problem they've had all along against this heavy Greek Macedonian style infantry? Remember at the Battle of the Granicus, they used terrain features, the river and the high bank to break up the cohesion of these troops. But on this flat plain, you kind of have to bring your own causes of disorder. The Persians, in contrast to what historians when I was growing up used to say, that they didn't learn anything, they could never do any better than hire Greeks to fight Greeks. They did have things to break up the Greek formations, and they brought them to this battle where they were needed. The first of these things that's fascinating from a historical standpoint, because it's probably the first time Greeks ever saw this ever. It must have been the number one talked about item as these Macedonian soldiers looked across the battlefield and saw for the first time elephants, Indian elephants, traditionally about 15 of them, That must have been something to talk to your neighbor about in the ranks as you waited to come into contact. And later evidence would show that elephants are a wonderful tool against a Macedonian army because they're good against both the hammer and the anvil elements. Against the charging heavy cavalry, elephants are fantastic. Cavalry usually won't come near them. If they ever do get caught by the elephants, it's awful for the cavalry. But against the densely packed phalanx, they could be murderous. You would think they would be easy to kill, but later evidence shows not so easy, and you get 4 or 5 of those things stomping around an intentionally created crowd of people standing shoulder to shoulder, and it could be very ugly indeed. If you follow up with formed troops to take advantage of that carnage, that's not a bad strategy. While breaking up these close order troops is definitely a part of the Persian strategy, it doesn't look like the elephants were what they were relying upon to do it. Instead, they have something right out of like a Mad Max film or one of those 1950s Ben-Hur movies. They have scythed chariots, and they have like 200 of them stationed all along their front lines. I've always thought this was an interesting weapon, but nobody knows what they look like. Everybody tries to recreate a visual image of it from literary sources, and everyone's take is a little different. If you imagine some combination of heavy chariot with cutting blades, you're starting to get there, though. The image I usually run into has the equivalent of about 3-foot-long swords, one each sticking out from the end of the wheels of the chariot, and then either something projecting forward from the cab of the chariot, like a spear, blades, or blades facing downward underneath the cab, so it's like a giant human lawnmower. There were stories earlier in history, 2 or 3 of these things had attacked a Greek phalanx that was forming up and created a ton of carnage, and the Persian cavalry swooped in to take advantage of the chaos and disorder and destroyed the formation. So you can see how the Persians are thinking. If 2 or 3 scythe chariots were able to do that, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, what might 200 of them along our front lines do? It's not a bad idea, is it? Certainly shows that they were thinking outside the box a little bit, contrary to the historical take on the subject when I was growing up. And then they had their army essentially deployed in 2 long lines. Each line composed of several ranks of troops. The front line was almost entirely cavalry. The line behind it mostly infantry, and seemingly slightly useless infantry, almost like cannon fodder. That's the traditional view anyway. And in the midst of it all, in the center, the traditional place, in his sacred chariot again, surrounded by his royal guard again, is the great king of kings of Persia, Darius III, still able, apparently, to command the loyalty of enough people to raise an army this big and get it here, despite the events 2 years ago. And as I look at this Persian army on this field, I think to myself, not a bad setup. I'd take that army if you told me I had to fight one side or the other. But and I'm absolutely using 2020 hindsight here, although I wonder what Alexander the Great was thinking. If you're looking at that army and trying to figure out where its weak point is, what if you thought that the weak point might be sitting in the sacred chariot? What if that army's weak point is the psychology of its quasi-divine ruler? Maybe it's a sign that Alexander thinks that this is a dangerous army and that it is deployed well, that he doesn't just charge into some spot he thinks he can break through. That would be standard operating procedure if he saw such a spot. In this case, he goes to his typical plan B, which is to use tactical maneuvering on the battlefield to see if he can create that spot. You've got a fully armored and protected enemy. Can you get them to raise up their arm and expose the vulnerable underbelly? As soon as Alexander sees that vulnerable spot, he will launch himself like a rapier into the vitals of the enemy's vulnerable underbelly, as he always does. In this battle, that's what a lot of the early maneuvers are about. Alexander starts moving his army were told, kind of forward, but to the right. To the right would take Alexander's army into rough ground. Rough ground is where those chariots couldn't operate. I mean, the king had that land in front of his chariots leveled for a reason. He can't let Alexander move the battlefield, so he sends out cavalry that had been in his front rank to stop Alexander and to go around his flank, and you get this cavalry battle on the right flank that develops with both sides feeding more troops into it. But this is working for Alexander because he's planned to have cavalry to feed into that, whereas the Persians are taking theirs from their front line, denuding a part of their front line. At a certain point, Alexander, with the exquisite timing that he's known for, decides that they've denuded enough so that that's a weak spot. And once again, they have to mention Darth Vader, or in this case, the Demon King, at the head of his troops, charging in a wedge. So it's like that guy, and then 2 guys behind them, and then 4 guys behind them. I mean, he's the tip of the spear, literally. And the head of state charges into the gap, which is on the left center of the Persian line, which is right in here. The royal guard, Darius III. The last battle, you sort of had the impression from the sources and the way it was written that maybe Alexander had never intended to go after the king. He got into the back of the ranks and it became the quickest way to achieve his goals. In this battle, you get the impression that that was the goal. Maybe he decided that this guy was
Years ago, I can almost tell you what it got. I wanted to say this one, sir. So it's one year he got this fucking
goes at him in Homeric
I don't know
fashion.
what you touched and they got and all that.
This is where you get into
He
the
won this
idea
what's like winner
of
I
this
don't know. I
guy
think it
might
was some
be
kind
the
of prize.
weak link in the armor at this point.
He won a guitar that was like made out of
One
foam.
of his predecessors.
I always wanted to take this thing. He knew I would destroy it, so he never let me like really have it. I never did destroy it. Really.
This guy is going to relive
And what?
one of the scariest moments of his life right now. Darius III has almost certainly, would you imagine, he's a human being, seen this in his dreams before. Alexander and these murderous Macedonians smashing into the guard that's around him, which is like a human wall of people, and beginning to cut and hack and stab their way, person by person, yard by yard, towards him as he watches in his chariot. There is a fragment of a mosaic that they found in Pompeii, which is a copy of what was thought to be a near contemporary original. It's famous, and it probably shows the scene from the Battle of Issus, but it's the same scene. We're seeing a replay. It must have seemed like a replay to the king of Persia too. And in that scene, you see Alexander on his horse stabbing one of the royal guardsmen in front of the Persian chariot, and the king of Persia with eyes as big as saucers. It's like the moment before he takes off at the Battle of Issus. I have to say, as I've been trying to look at this from the Persian side the whole way through, I have a lot of sympathy for where Darius III is right now. This guy wasn't really born and bred to be a king. He's obviously brave. Remember, he's a guy who killed the rebel leader or the barbarian leader in single combat. But this is a guy who gets criticized for doing something I would think all but the most extraordinary of people would do. Because for the second time in a row, he's going to look at Alexander and the cutting machine getting nearer to him as he watches his kinsmen slaughtered in front of him. And he's going to turn around and run. Even a guy who fight and kill a person with edged weapons mano a mano might be forgiven, you would think. But instead of facing a single individual, he's faced a crowd of mounted killers who are going to roll over him like a wave. How many people would stand there in the chariot and wait patiently as they cut their way towards you, especially if you've already been through this once before? This had to be the biggest nightmare this guy had for the last 2 years, and here it is, deja vu all over again, as you would say. Becoming aware once again about the ability of a single person to impact history. As we all know, it's usually all kinds of things working together and pinging off each other, giant trends and forces and things like that. But we talked about how extraordinary individuals can sort of sometimes push the envelope and make the difference and ping the meteor off in a different direction and change the impetus and all those kind of things. But what's the opposite of an extraordinary person? Well, you get somebody in a position that is less than what you could normally expect to have in key ways. Now, in systems based on belonging right at the top, theoretical merit-based systems, you see this less of the time. But sometimes in inherited systems or systems like this, remember this guy got his job from a supposed poisoner who put him into the royal position because he thought he could control him. What if that guy is just an ordinary person for the most part?
So this the one owner of this business, I worked with,
Sometimes
he
you
would
can
always
get
try
away
to
with it. After all,
think
most
he had to hide his
monarchies have all
weapon.
sorts of
So he would
safeguards,
just bring this girl to
things in place to
him and
keep
go, and he brought this one
some
girl and he thought
less
she
than
was so hot,
talented
and this girl
monarchs
was
through
trying
the
to
whole
job.
thing, right? Won't let him make a stupid military decision. That's why you have all those generals and advisors. But in certain key ways, there are no safeguards.
All the other people got everything. This girl was like,
below what you could have hoped for individual, the opposite of extraordinary, what they could do to you. Sometimes history comes down to trends and forces and big stuff like that. And sometimes it comes down to one guy deciding to run away for the second straight time. It's worth pointing out that the moment the king of Persia does the unforgivable again, things aren't going that badly for the Persians. I would say they're losing, but they still have a shot. Just like they still had a shot at the Battle of Issus when the king turned tail and ran. Once he turns tail and run, the chances of pulling out that upset go way, way down. Well, we hear nothing about the elephants in this battle from the sources. And while the ferocious-looking silent chariots turn out to be easily countered by the Macedonians, the Persian cavalry is living up to the hype fully. And they have Alexander in a good deal of difficulty. The sources say that even as Alexander is right on the heels of the Persian king pursuing him, that he gets a message that his left flank group of Armenia is, as usual, fighting off huge numbers of people and his own but starting to fall apart. Alexander has to stop the pursuit and come and help. The Persians have also broken through the middle of the formation in a couple of places where gaps appeared, so it is far from a steamroll on Alexander's part. He has to come back and help. There's some tough fighting in one area, and the bottom line is that for the moment, the person who has the crown that Alexander wants has gotten away. But the bottom line is,
you gotta tease yourself, kid.
a field army like this to contest the empire. Alexander may not have the crown, but for all intents and purposes, even as the mopping up of that battle are going on, this guy is the king of Persia. Amidst some untold numbers of corpses continue to pile up,
Their canine
as the
tooth.
fugitives from this battle are continually run down by pursuing cavalry.
Fuck.
What must have been days. It's a holocaust to the Persian side. And Alexander will spend literally years running all the hot spots in the Persian Empire that rise up against him, even with all of the wonderful propaganda that's come down to us about Alexander being welcomed, flowers and roses and petals put in front of him, and all these kinds of things. If you've got a murderous European warlord coming to your town, he wise to do that too. That doesn't mean he wasn't better thought of in some cases than the Persians, although part of recent history suggests
That's
the
cool.
Persian world was more
You don't want to have to be like, oh yeah, it's really science, yeah.
It's a wonderful sort of calm
X?
justice.
Yeah,
It's
that's right. Oh, so it goes S, the P, and the Y, because I love
the
you.
Chinese did this all the time with conquerors.
Huh?
But when you are the great cultural power of your day,
UTH.
as the Persians were, they were the inheritors of this
Both.
culture. And the Greeks were the rustic outsiders. Macedonians more so.
Oh yeah, this
Over
is
time,
weird.
Alexander
This is not
got
what I
more
want.
and more
You fucking bitch.
Persia Dressing might requiring his own people to act more like them in terms of treating him more like a Persian king or a lot of his story.
What was that bitch's name in fucking
Last
Greece? Who had only one nostril work when she was smoking
just
scooter or
destroyed
something?
the Persian army at the Battle of
And they'd be
Gallipoli.
like, shut the fuck up. Keep mixing over. Oh, we have prison ramen. What is this? Jail macaroni? Do you eat better in prison or jail? Prison? Sure.
As a symbol of payback for all those wars with Xerxes and
What?
Darius from more than a century ago.
It's more organized in prison.
Traditions regarded as drunken mistake. Social justice. Alexander was told that he should not burn down his own stuff. All of a sudden, the demon king was going native. Alexander's conquests would put European dynasts
What do you do about
in charge of
talking about?
ancient civilizations that had
No,
been
you treat them Shabbat.
and in some cases for centuries. Locals, natives eventually get native dynasties back into control of their own societies. The precious land of that pre-Alexandrian it hadn't been bleached out and left. Alexander was always considered to be the end of an era, and in Western tradition it's considered to be a good thing. He's spreading Hellenism, to all these parts of the planet that didn't have it, creating this wonderful mix that will explode into fantastic culture. That's the way the conqueror would see it. Probably not the way we see the conquered. Archaeologist Warwick Ball is one of a bunch of
In the future, you'll be able to watch it.
not that much of what
You
Alexander
know
gives
exactly
us
what I'm talking
credit
about.
for
Right? What's
should
you
be
looking?
attributed to
It's gonna get big.
brought down.
Right, maybe.
All Coach historian
We got
Robert
0 people watching.
talked about the Persian Empire founded by Cyrus the Great. A couple hundred years before Alexander the Great, and this is about it. Right across the old world, Persia suddenly pulled peoples into a common experience. Indians, Medes, Babylonians, Lydians, Greeks, Jews, Phoenicians, Egyptians were for the first time all administered by one empire, whose eclecticism showed how far civilization had already come. The idea of distinct units of history in the Near East was over. The base of a future world civilization was in the making. What's always so strange about hearing this line that Alexander spread Hellenism is it makes it sound like he's bringing enlightenment to a bunch of primitive natives, when in fact the better analogy here for ancient Persia is the Roman Empire.
What's the best number?
And the better analogy for Alexander is not the bringer of light, but something much more akin to a Visigoth.
Infinity?
Attila the
Is that a
Hun,
number?
the empire that
Hey, that's
Alexander
the actor, my
destroyed
friend.
is the greatest the world had ever seen. And the way it's often portrayed in history and the story and the stereotypes and the motif and the home team cheering for Western civilization is that he was somehow
And Ivy League mathematician. I would just want to say her. She wrote
all
me
of
the
the
nice
jungle
Facebook message
made
before I
sense.
went
He's
to
the lion taking out the sick antelope from the herd. It's nature's way. It strengthens
I
him.
wanted to know I cherished every moment that I had.
Shoes and silk slippers.
She was really sweet when
The
I was
Persian Empire at this point is like the Roman Empire at the end too.
It was
They have
very
silk
honest. I talked
slippers.
about it in the past.
For their
And she
silk
was
slippers.
like, and she took it like the nicest person ever. And we were able to be friends and really good friends afterward. And I just really appreciate that. Really. She's wonderful.
As we said, Alexander
Well,
really went all Persian.
was she?
Maybe the last Persian king of kings. Never mind that he may have killed Darius III. That never stopped a
Oh, yeah.
Persian from being king of kings.
Are you done?
But while he may be a king of kings, and while he may actually fit the motif that Xerxes is supposed to
You
have
have to
fit
share
absolute
Easy Mac, I'm
power,
sure.
corrupting
No, let's go
Alexander,
for the Easy Mac.
absolutely.
ramen, anything that's microwavable. Could be
Terminal case of alcoholism,
Yeah.
probably. His successors would see no such need to put on a Persian or local facade. They will later, but initially, this is a bunch of Europeans openly these areas that have never been lived by Europeans before. And Warwick Ball says the next 75 years is going to be one of the darkest eras in terms of what life must have been like for the locals, for the people in West Asia, up until the time of the Mongol conquests. Curiously, these gullible Hellenism was part of the deal. With something about traders. Don't forget, even if it's not true, you need to believe
Are you
in
done?
ancient history.
Hey, HRU, how are you?
I'm on record as saying that I think most of you
Trust me, any guy who you're 19, I want to date older guys. Okay, they'll date you hardly.
That be suggested
Well,
that Squarespace might be the answer
that's all you had to do. Say I'm 19, I want to date older guys, and guys will flood your inbox.
Fast and easy to create your
Really?
own professional website or
You'll have 70-year-old men in there.
store,
Right?
and you get a free store with it.
And God bless them. You're asking for it. If you're like, I'm out, then
You can drag and drop content.
you should be specific. I want to date men
Responsive
between
design. Oh yeah, and then there's the
25
$8
and
a month. If you sign up for the whole year with them, you get a free domain name.
I'm like, bitch,
At those
pick
kinds
it up
of
10
prices,
years,
the risk
and you got what I'm looking.
you
35 and
completely
60.
tips in the favor of you should give this a try if you've ever thought about having a website. I'll tell you
But
what
it's
I
always
like
been
about
on.
it too. It's a weird thing to
What?
like. Perhaps as the number
Yeah.
one thing, but if you had my personal experience, you might understand that maybe you
It's
have.
like they always say,
I spent years
that's what the best
creating
know.
websites that are nothing but website templates.
I get older, they stay the same.
I would go through thousands of them, and this is the amazing thing. I'd go through thousands
There you
and never find one that I really liked. And I'd see very few that looked as professional as the stuff I was seeing out there by big companies and outlets. Squarespace has a similar attitude towards their templates that I have toward this show, which is quality over quantity. They don't have a lot of choices for your templates because they spent their time making really good ones. Go check them out and see if that's not one of the better ideas to come around at a long time. Maybe counterintuitive in this era of choice.
Did you like
But I
that
found
movie?
that it works for me. Kind of like how it's working for
What was it
Squarespace.
called?
You can start a trial with no credit card
Sweet Emotion.
required, and when you decide to
Why?
sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use the
It
offer
just
code
starts with Sweet
HARDCORE
Emotion.
and get 10% off your first purchase.
Sick ass song.
What are you waiting for? My grandmother used to say, give fate an opportunity to intervene. Website's a great way to do that. Squarespace, built it beautifully.
I know a lot about music, but there's one thing I don't know. What the hell happened to Aerosmith's lead singer?
Be sure to follow us on Twitter. The address is @HardcoreHistory.
Want to help the podcast? Just buy your Amazon.com products through the Amazon search window on dancarlin.com, and it won't cost you a penny more. And it helps these guys out because they are nice young fellas.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Ben would love to have it. $1 a show. It's all we ask. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
It's been a long time since we've done a Blitz edition. And as a friend pointed out to me when I explained that this latest program of ours was going to be a 6-hour-long show that we were going to classify as a Blitz edition,
I could be wrong.
he said, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not sure you know the meaning of the word. And I laughed because he's right. He started off this idea of a Blitz show. It was going to be something to help us get more shows out. And some nice quick ones, right? In other words, in addition to these great epics that took forever, half killed us and half killed you to listen to them, we'd have things in between, and they grew too, because I'm obviously, I have a problem. I'm addicted to context, as one of you said. A firm believer in the past is prologue, and that there's no good natural place to start any story, right? Everything's
Seems
convenient,
like
it's
it's always been
arbitrary.
there, dude.
So I can
When
begin
the
to
fuck are you
cruise.
thinking?
That's how I
His voice
had a show I wanted to do about Cleopatra that stretched into a 6-part series on Rome, because where do you start the Cleopatra story? The reason I chose the topic that I originally chose for today's program was because I thought it artificially
I like this
constrained
like
me. It's 2 weeks long.
Who was there?
Could you possibly do a reality show on a 2-week long event. Well,
Why did you think
6 hours later, here we are. And it's also a Blitz edition, which now doesn't have anything to do with the length of the show. It's turned out through evolution to be a different kind of show that focuses on different things. Instead of being about people or events or eras specifically,
okay?
usually they focus on an idea or a question, and then we weave
As
history
emperor,
around the question somehow.
and then an emperor.
Usually the recipe has slightly less drama than the historical epics, but slightly more twists, as we call those, musings and weird Twilight Zone things that sort of come with the territory with these programs. For what it's worth, today's clearly a two-parter. I want to do that to you one moment instead, and maybe in an experimental effort to see what works, in addition to some feedback from you folks. We try arbitrarily after the fact, yes, put together this way, to separate the show into sections amongst both 1 and 2 places where maybe there are natural
No wonder you
entities
didn't know the original lead singer
as
is.
stopping points or what have you. Saturdays don't feel that way. Like this is a very unusual story. Unlike most stories which are about things that happened, these are also still good. Unfolding series of events that are still ongoing. So while you can't feel like you somehow have a bit of a spoiler knowing how this will turn out, the specific case we're talking about here in this tale today, because it's an ongoing story, there's no guarantee that you actually get it on the end. In that sense,
Just how Mama was the face
this
like a
story
guy.
is not just prologue for the event I originally wanted to talk about, which was the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah,
It's prologue for our own future, potentially. Strap in. Get ready for a 6-hour Blitz edition. We call it By the Light, airy, romantic comedy style title, The Destroyer of Worlds.
December 7th, 1941. A date which will live.
It's hardcore history.
The Blitz edition.
Anytime you hear an analysis of our species explaining how strong and our weak points, why we are where we are today, you'll hear someone talk about human adaptability. In fact, adapt, this is something that's tied to our intelligence, obviously, for changing circumstances, has helped us overcome all sorts of problems. Walls that you might have hit along the way for civilizational growth. To transcend all those boundaries, and here we find ourselves in the 21st century today. Alive and thriving, but with several major problems in the distance that have the potential to change that fact. Unless we adapt around them. Now, given our past history, human beings have shown quite the aptitude in adapting. But some of these problems may require adaptation beyond which we are capable. You hit adaptation all at some point beyond which you can no longer change as a society, as a species, as humankind. There are things that we have done from time immemorial that fill up your history books from start to finish that would be unimaginable if we did them today. But considering our track record history-wise, what are the odds we'll never do it again? Case in point, we currently live in an era of human history that some have referred to as the Long Peace, which began in 1945. Now, obviously, there hasn't been a whole lot of peace since 1945. There's been lots of conflict, people being bombed all the time. You violence is ongoing and continuous. But what that refers to is conflict between the great powers, the kinds of wars you've seen from Mesopotamia onward. The World Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, the 30 Years' War, the 100 Years' War, the Punic Wars. I mean, it goes on and on, doesn't it? Forever. One of the constants of human history, right? Up until about 70 or so years ago. Of course, it was 70 or so years ago, in 1945, where humankind continuously improving their weapons technology from the Stone Age forward. Finally reached a point where they had created a weapon system that might be too destructive to be used. And if mankind has always used their innovative technology to create better weapons and always use those better weapons, what would this mean for the norms of human behavior if mankind simply treated the things that we discovered at the end of the Second World War the way we've treated every other weapon we've ever created? What would happen to the world today? What makes you think, though, that this is a theoretical question? There is no guarantee that the long peace lasts forever. But it's unimaginable to think about what a general war amongst great powers would even look like with the kind of technology we possess today. Humankind is 70 plus years into an ongoing and unending experiment. Can we handle our weapons technology? The only way this experiment ever concludes is if we find out that we can't. Some things that may or may not have been said, you never know about these things. The great physicist Albert Einstein is supposed to have said something to the effect that he doesn't know with what sort of weapons a third world war will be fought with. But the one after that will be fought with sticks and stones. One of my favorite phrases coined at a certain point during the long peace, which was attributed to Air Force General Curtis LeMay, but he swears he never said it, was bombing someone back to the Stone Age.
That's a tight fucking thing.
Is something like that even possible? And what are the odds that we get to find out? I think what I find so interesting about both those quotes, the Einstein one and the LeMay one, is that they both invoke this idea of knocking humanity back on the civilization scale a few rungs below where we are now. As we all know, human history, as I've described it, is kind of like a stock market, and you have your ups when civilization reaches new levels of sophistication and technological capabilities and all that, and then you have your downs, and it's sort of weird for modern people to realize that there were ever people who lived in a time where their forebears were more technologically sophisticated than they were. We've been kind of on a long stock market run since about the Renaissance or really the Middle Ages. Haven't had any downturns, within 1,000 or more years. Start getting pretty fat and happy and comfortable, and you forget that there maybe are variables out there that could do to us what giant plagues that wiped out, a quarter of the population could do back in the old days. Take, for example, what both Einstein and LeMay were referring to, nuclear war between the great powers, what we used to call World War III. Once upon a time, when I was growing up even, seemed to be like a gun aimed at your head, and you walked around with this all the time, a sort of Damocles over your entire society, really the entire world. Because it didn't matter if you were a neutral country during the Cold War, if an all-out nuclear exchange happened between the United States and its allies and the Soviet Union and its allies, Switzerland wasn't escaping unscathed, right, just because they were neutral. It became the first time in human history where you had the potential for a single human being. We really don't know how these things run, but the potential for a single human being to have the power to destroy tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of lives with a decision window of minutes by the giving of an order. You think of all of the really scary people in human history from a power standpoint. Your Genghis Khans, your Alexander the Great, you name it, your Hitlers, it doesn't matter. None of them had that kind of power. If Genghis Khan decided he was going to destroy your civilization, you were in for 10, 20, 30 years of war, maybe, especially if you were China. If Richard Nixon in 1969 decides to nuke China, you destroy 100 million people in an afternoon. Nobody's ever had that kind of power before. It's a unique, new human experience, and you don't get many of those. Although the people that were there, the 400 or 50 special human beings that witnessed the birth of the atomic/nuclear age, realized the minute they saw it that everything had changed. The successful testing of an atomic bomb was, of course, the famous Trinity bomb test from July 16, 1945. And not only was the weapon successful, which was not a given, but it was more powerful than the physicists had expected. And many of them, if not all of them, could look into the future and see that this was a weapon that was only going to grow in power as time went on. As powerful as the test they had just witnessed was, this is scratching the surface of what this new era will provide in terms of weaponry. J. Robert Oppenheimer, sometimes called the father of the atomic bomb, described the moment that the bomb went off this way in a 1965 interview in a program called The Decision to Drop the Bomb. Quote, we knew the world would not be the same. A few people
cried. Most people were silent. They remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu, trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him, takes on the armed form and says, now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. We're supposed to go one way or another.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. All the old religious texts always have so much power to the language, don't they? In this case, it matched what Oppenheimer and his fellow scientists created and saw and witnessed, and that day must have been a whole slew of mixed emotions for those people. The famous Manhattan Project was a giant endeavor to build a super weapon, and some of the greatest minds in physics and sciences related to that from all over the world were brought together. Massive amounts of resources and manpower and money devoted to the project, and all these people sitting on pins and needles during the test because nobody knew if this was going to work or not. There were a lot of reputations on the line, all sorts of giant amounts of pressure and tension, and so when the bomb went off, there was a huge sense of relief and triumph, but mixed emotions among some of the physicists. Not all of them, by the way, but people like Oppenheimer for sure, and the reason for the mixed emotions was you had already seen how the last year, what would become the last year, the Second World War, 1945, had gone. Who would have thought anyone needed to create a super weapon that was much of an improvement on the technology as it was being unleashed that year in the war? In 1945, cities were being wiped off the map a couple of times a week. Cities. If there's one thing the Second World War proved yet again, is it doesn't matter how many arms limitation ideas you want to float. We're not in total war.
Really?
How much you have these genteel ideas about how weapons
She
will be used and when they will and
is
who
gonna get
will
deported.
employed. You are
And
fighting with
we
everything you
helped her
have
go to
against
the
the other great powers.
Congress
What's called
person.
total
She was a
war.
dreamer. I
There
remember
is
forget.
nothing in
She
the
said, "I'm a
arsenal
dreamer." And I'm
that
like,
you
"Oh
are
yeah, so
not
am I."
prepared to
She's like, "No, I'm a
use.
dreamer. It's like a
People
program."
sometimes
And I
point
was
out
like,
poison gas wasn't used
"Huh?
in any
There's a
sort of
program
major
for
way.
us?" She's like, "No,
The
it's
reason
for
why is
people
because
who
it
need to
wasn't
come
a
to the United
war-winning
States."
tool.
I was like, "Oh,
If it had been, they'd have used it. It wasn't worth what would happen in return to you for something that amounted to essentially a minor irritant in terms of the war effort. Nuclear weapons would have been a different thing.
seems to be doing okay."
I
Why?
mean, imagine if Hitler,
She's on there.
the Nazis had gotten
Omaha Mike, so they
nuclear
get called
bomb
Omaha Mike.
first.
Really? Yeah.
That's the
Why?
thought that motivated
It's
a
actually
number
Warren
of
Buffett.
those
Why she
physicists
call him
involved
Omaha?
in the Manhattan Project,
He uses
denying
Omaha.
Germany the
Does
chance to
he?
get nuclear weapons
That
before the
Omaha.
Allies. Some of them were less enthused once they realized, well,
Really?
there's no way that they
Yeah.
can beat us
You're
in
gonna
this
have
race.
Omaha War.
Because then all of a sudden, you've worked
You
to
know
create
what?
a
Yeah, it's
super
fucking
weapon.
Irvine. What? I know
You're
Warren.
put it in the hands
Yeah, really?
of human
Yeah,
beings.
fucking hell, that's true. Is he?
Therein
was
lies
20 years
both the
ago.
problem and the challenge.
Yeah.
And the physicists,
Warren?
when they thought to themselves about this, knew it. When they talk about how we're all going to survive a world where the weaponry is as powerful
Oh, look at this one.
as the modern descendants of those weapons
You got this one.
originally used at the end of the Second World
So this
War.
one's
The physicists talk about us needing to grow as a species, or else is sort of what's implied. And I would suggest that in most of these quotes, you can hear them looking on the bright side or putting the best face on the idea of now that we have these super weapons, what does it mean for mankind? Oppenheimer himself said, quote, "It did not take atomic weapons to make man want peace, but the atomic bomb was the turn of the screw. The atomic bomb made the prospect of future war unendurable. It has led us up those last few steps to the mountain pass. And beyond, there is a different country." End quote. In other words, we could never quite get that peace thing right until we had the right incentive. The fact that we'll all be blown to kingdom come is the right incentive. You know, hail peace. That's putting a good face on it. Oppenheimer wasn't always so positive. Arthur Holly Compton, also a physicist. Quote, "It is hard to think of fissionable materials when fashioned into bombs as being a source of happiness. However, this may be, if with such destructive weapons men are to survive, they must grow rapidly in human greatness. A new level of human understanding is needed. The reward for using the atom's power toward man's welfare is great and sure. The punishment for its misuse would seem to be death and the destruction of the civilization that has been growing for 1,000 years. These are the alternatives that atomic power, as the steel of Daedalus, presents to mankind. We are forced to grow into greater manhood." End quote. Is that a nice way of saying adapt or die when it comes to altering modes of human behavior that have been a part of the story since there's been a story? Of course, not all the physicists always looked at the bright side on this question. There's a famous quote by Albert Einstein that makes him sound like he's a bit of a pessimist when it comes to the question of society's ability to adapt or die. In this question, he's supposed to have said, quote, "The unleashed power of the atom has changed everything, save our modes of thinking, and thus we drift towards unparalleled catastrophe." A gun aimed at our heads, a sword of Damocles, something we were very aware of. When I was a kid, we did duck and cover drills for atomic bombs dropping, nuclear bombs, thermonuclear bombs by then. That gun is still pointed at our heads. We just don't notice it anymore because so many people have grown up in the shadow of that they're used to it. If somebody's pointing a gun at your head all the time, eventually you forget about it. If you're born with a gun pointed towards your head, do you even notice it? In a way, I kind of see the ability of people to forget that that gun is aimed at them as an evolutionary success tool. And why should these people be be traumatized because of something that happened 70 or so years ago. They have their own lives, their own problems, their own world to deal with.
That's why
I mean, if we all had to carry the baggage of preceding
Oh.
generations on our backs all the time,
Wrong somewhere.
what would we be dealing with?
see where humans are
So
behaving
in a sense, it's a
well,
healing mechanism, but is healing the same as forgetting? It seems to me one of the main things working against the idea of this long peace continuing indefinitely is we don't remember why it was so important. We never have another great
Hey,
power
slut
war to
bag.
begin with.
You ever call yourself slut
The
bag?
sword of Damocles
Or
has not
slut
fallen
cunt?
in a while. You forget how
Oh,
sharp it is.
God.
And what a horrible mess it can leave.
which has an open
British
source
philosopher
library of
Bertrand
lots
Russell once
that'll
made
make
it
you feel
sound
good.
like the odds of human beings managing to avoid having to be reminded how sharp the sword of Damocles is when it comes to nuclear war seems unlikely. He
What
wrote,
is it called? I bet it's great.
"You may reasonably expect a man to walk a tightrope safely for 10 minutes. It would be
Oh, yeah.
unreasonable to
It's
do
the
so
one that you
without accident for 200 years."
Instead of being angry at your neighbor,
If you want to be reminded
I'm the one
what that sword of Damocles can do, there's only two real-world examples that you can go study that will tell you. There's a lot of scientists out there and calculations done and testing, but the only thing that really compares, if you want to see not a glimpse into the past of a singular human experience that only happened twice to a certain group of human individuals in a certain situation, but instead you want to see what a future nuclear attack will look like, you have to look at the only two that there have ever been. The atomic bombings at Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, and the one right afterwards, a few days later, at Nagasaki. These days, when the atomic bombings are discussed, it's often in the context of discussing the morality of dropping them. Was it right to use them at all? I find that the problem with these discussions, and I've talked about it at length on other programs, is this idea that the people involved at the time, the decision makers, had as much free range of options as people today assume they had when they didn't. I mean, the idea that President Truman could have done something besides drop the bomb is a little bit out of step with the political realities he was dealing with at the time. Historian Gary Wills, who wrote a whole book on the power of the
Remember when it
atomic
was like,
bomb
hey,
to change everything, had this to say about what would have happened if Truman had decided not to use the bombs or to have used them in another way. The other person, by the way, mentioned in this quote is General Groves. General Groves was the military head of the Manhattan Project. In his book, Bomb Power, historian Gary Wills writes, quote, "If it became known that the United States had a knockout weapon and did not use, the families of any
Did he snipe
Americans
him long
killed after
range?
the development of the bomb
Like
would
in
be
fucking
furious.
Saving Private
The
Ryan?
public, the press, and Congress would turn on the president and his advisors. There would have been a cry to impeach
Big
President
shot.
Truman and court-martial General Groves. The
Big shot.
administration would be convicted of spending billions of dollars
Oh,
and
dude, that
draining
girl
massive
got
amounts
face
of
shot
brain
at
power
you.
and manpower from other war
Really?
projects, and all for nothing." End quote. In addition to that, and this is often overlooked, I think, by people who talk about the morality of dropping a bomb like the Hiroshima and Nagasaki weapons on civilians, and that's what the Japanese civilians were already
No
doing
offense to
on a
this
daily
lady.
basis.
But
What the Germans had started in
maybe
places
he
like
was
Rotterdam
dreaming about
in
her.
1940, and the Japanese had done in China before the Second World War even officially started.
But he just seemed kind of young.
Developed into the area
Really?
weapons we saw from 1940
Yeah, and I was like, oh,
and they were devastating without the nuclear bombs at all.
That's his dream girl.
March 1945, months before the
And
atomic
maybe it
bombs were
was.
dropped, Tokyo was hit with a firebombing raid that killed
I
100,000
think it
people,
probably was.
then
But
vaporized in 17
I just
square
was like,
miles of the capital. And by the time the atomic bombs were dropped, 50 to
really
60 square miles of Tokyo
Really?
gone, and it had been taken off.
Yeah, because I think she probably
top
did it because the
priority
fucking
target list.
effect is really good. Not that she thought some like
60
young cute
plus
guy
other
was in
Japanese
love with her,
cities
but
had the same
I thought maybe
fate.
that could be a thing. So
It
she
was
said
a
no, that
logical
could be a thing.
extension, a natural progression, if you will, of total war.
It was tight.
It's a dynamic that would have been very difficult, if not impossible, to stop. It's partly the reason why, when we discuss another total war today, it's so scary. Because the idea that human beings could control what's going on is an illusion. It has a momentum all its own. Now, there are some things that were different about the atomic bombings that blow me away to this day. Is the instantaneous nature. It's hard enough, you would think, to get your mind around the changes that happen to your city during a massive late war bombing raid. You have 500 or 1,000 heavy bombers flying over your city, practically wingtip to wingtip, dropping incendiary and high explosive bombs on your town. How hard is that to get your mind around? When you crawl out of the bomb shelter and see what used to be your city in ruins, how hard is that to get your mind around? Instead of happening over a 24 to 36 hour time period, it happens in the blink of an eye. That's what the atomic bombs did. The best, relatively short description I've read of the effect of the two bombs was penned by author Susan Salter in her book about Nagasaki. She says that within a second of the bomb being dropped, the fireball was 750 feet in diameter, and the temperature in the fireball was 500,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
24-hour duet challenge. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like the Truman Show. Go to ViralRabbi.com to see. I'm on YouTube all the time. Check it out. How many of you are? You're live there. You're live up there. You're live over here.
Horizontal blast winds tore through the region at 2.5 times the speed of a Category 5 hurricane, pulverizing buildings, trees, plants, animals, and thousands of men, women, and children. In every direction, people were blown out of their shelters, houses, factories, schools, and hospital beds, catapulted against walls, or flattened beneath collapsed buildings. Those working in the fields, riding streetcars, and standing in line at city ration stations were blown off their feet or hit by plummeting debris and pressed to the scalding earth. An iron bridge moved 28 inches downstream. As their buildings began to implode, patients and hospital staff jumped out of the windows of Nagasaki Medical College Hospital and mobilized high school girls leaped from the third story of Shirayama Elementary School, a half-mile from the blast. End quote. He then points out that a survivor emphasized that it all happened in an instant. Think of the shock that this engenders. And there seemed to be, two things in quick succession. Well, really three. First, if you saw it, you got the light. And if you weren't shielded from the light somehow, it burns you. It looked kind of like, it's been described differently, but like a flash bulb going off of an old camera. That sort of bluish white light. Then there was the blast wave, which, could level everything depending on how far away from it you were. And then there were the fires, which seemed to break out several minutes after the actual blast, as though everything were sort of heated up, and it took a minute for, the kindling to catch a light, but then it did everywhere at once. And some of the most harrowing stories come from family members who would be trying to get another family member, who was stuck in the debris that was all of a sudden everywhere out as the flames approached and had to leave them. And essentially saying goodbye as they watched their child stuck in the rubble as the flames approached. It's horrifying stuff. And the people who were first on the scene in both cities talk about running into human zombies, if you will. Silent people, burned almost beyond recognition, that were like in a trance. Hiroshima survivor Hiroshi Shibuyama saw the explosion and ran toward the city center where the bomb had gone off. I said, quote, "When we had gone about 1 kilometer, we were brought to a standstill by a grotesque group of people. The blood pounded in our heads again. I remember that my eyes were drawn inexorably to the scene. The people were burned so badly that it was hard to distinguish feature from feature, and all were blackened as if covered with soot. Their clothes were in rags, many were naked. Their hands hung limply in front of them. The skin of their hands and arms dangled from their fingertips. Their faces were not the faces of the living." End quote. He then went on to point out that he'd seen quite a few normal air raids up close, but this was different. Quote, "How could I comprehend what I saw before me now? It was not just a group of injured people, nor was it a procession of the dead or a band of ghosts. No sound came from these figures. They seem to have given up. The pity that they engendered is beyond expression. They continued to stream past in deathly quiet. How can anyone describe them? Their clothes ripped from them by the force of the explosion, their bodies burned by the intense heat. Some were completely naked, and others had only the shirts stuck to their bodies. The injuries to their faces were particularly cruel. Unscathed and with clothes intact, I felt like an intruder." End quote. The general estimates of the casualties from the Hiroshima bomb, for example, were between 70 and 80,000 dead from the fire and the explosion, or killed later by radiation, and probably more number of people injured. The Nagasaki bomb numbers were somewhat lower due to all sorts of different reasons. Nonetheless, the tens of thousands of deaths, maybe almost 100,000 in one city, caused by a single bomb, was an exponential growth in the power of weaponry. After the first bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, U.S. President Harry Truman went on television to try to explain to the American people and the rest of the world what this new weapon was, and to essentially, officially, bring the rest of the world up to speed in an entirely new era, the atomic age.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT. The Japanese began the war from the air at Pearl Harbor. They have been repaid many-fold, and the end is not yet. With this bomb, we have now a new and revolutionary increase in destruction to supplement the growing power of our armed forces. In their present form, these bombs are now in production, and even more powerful for our
water. Is it chia?
It is an atomic bomb.
Chia pet.
It is a harnessing of the basic power of the universe. The force from which the sun draws its power has been loosed against those who fought war
I
to
don't
the
know about
far
doing this
east.
in your house. It's
Historian Michael S. Sherry says that there were overlapping feelings on the part of the American public to finding out that this new reality existed. He writes, quote, "A cacophony of reactions to the bomb's advent arose swiftly among Americans. Some stressed pride in American achievement and satisfaction in gaining vengeance against the Japanese. Truman's announcement that the Japanese, quote, have been repaid many-fold, end quote, for Pearl Harbor. A minority of Americans wished the war had gone on longer, so more atomic bombs could have been used against Japan. Others, especially soldiers who assumed that an invasion of Japan was the only alternative to the bomb's use, welcomed the peace that the bomb had speeded, and the bomb itself as a tool for enforcing continued peace. Overlapping those other reactions was another, as in responding to the Holocaust, many Americans saw the bomb as evidence of the scourge of modern war, in the face of which the wisdom of American use seemed a minor matter." Now he quotes a New York Herald Tribune article from the era, which said, quote, "One forgets the effect on Japan as one senses the foundation of one's own universe trembling." End quote. Famed CBS News correspondent Edward R. Murrow put it this way at the time, quote, "Seldom, if ever, has a war ended, leaving the victors with such a sense of uncertainty and fear, with such a realization that the future is obscure and that survival is not assured." So while Americans could be glad that the bomb was in their hands, there was a clear sense and understanding that this would probably not always remain the case. Something
I
like
want
that,
to see it.
used to having two oceans,
Really?
kept you safe from anybody doing any major damage to your country of the sort that other countries were very familiar with during the Second World War,
Hey, cat.
could set the foundations of your universe trembling.
Canto.
And this is where you begin to get this divide.
Really?
This
$1,000.
idea on the part of some
That thing
that
is
everything has changed, so the human
those
species is going to have to shed themselves of habits they've had forever.
Now what's that?
People who view themselves anyway as much more firmly attached to reality think that what we have here is just a natural extension of technological change, working in the benefit of
I bet somebody
our
looked up
side,
on
the
like
good
Oreos.
side.
Oh yeah, what did I get? Oreos is the best. Came in a fucking sleeve and I got it.
In the history of the world. The following year, after the bombs were dropped, the war was over.
Or they basically, or I had like a normal kind of
Scientists
take down
developed
a row.
a
I fucking Oreos. Mostly. When I like, what do I call it? When I just take down a row of something, I call it Oreoing it. Why? Because that's how I eat. I eat Oreos just like a whole. What do I call it?
As though Pandora's box has been opened.
I call it. I have the name for it when it's Oreos. Oreos. Do you? No, I just call it traying it. I call it traying. Really? No, that's when I eat the whole tray. So technically, 3 rows of Oreos and a standard Oreo package. Really? I'd have to check it. But there's Nabisco, which is J.R.R. Reynolds, which is Altria, which is fucking Phil Morris.
Talking.
Really?
In the course of the conversation, Oppenheimer told Truman, "Mr. President, I feel I have blood on my hands." Truman then reached into his top pocket, removed a neatly folded handkerchief and offered it, saying, "Would you like to wipe them?" After Oppenheimer left, Truman turned to Dean Acheson, the Undersecretary of State, instructed him not to bring Oppenheimer around anymore, and declared, "Blood on his hands? Damn it, he hasn't half as much blood on his hands as I have. You just don't go around belly aching about it." End quote. A more R-rated version of the story is told in Jean-Jacques Solomon's Science et Politique. He said, quote, "Oppenheimer, when he went into Truman's office with Dean Acheson, said to the latter, wringing his hands, 'I have blood on my hands.' Truman later said to Acheson, 'Never bring that fucking cretin in here again. He didn't drop the bomb. I did. That kind of weepiness makes me sick.'" End quote. Truman could dismiss Oppenheimer, but he was far from the only atomic scientist who was gravely concerned. Even before the 2 bombs were used on Japan in the Second World War, more than 70 atomic scientists signed a petition with a bunch of different things in it, but among other concerns were that the bombs were going to be used against cities and people, and they suggested using them offshore or in uninhabited areas. Truman, as we said, had a whole bunch of different pressures working on him that these scientists didn't have working on them. But once the war was over, all of a sudden the outlook could change, because it could afford to be changed. You're not in hot blood anymore, you're in cold blood. And now you have in your hands these new weapons. What do you do with them? How do you control them? Who's in charge of them? And what if other countries get them too? There were, in the years 1945 and 1946, a lot of tug of wars and all sorts of questions being debated. I mean, the number one for a while was, who's in charge of atomic weapons? The military? It seemed like a logical choice. Their argument was, if we're going to have to use them, we ought to be in control of them and know what we're doing. Truman is supposed to have said something to the effect of, "I'm not going to let some dandy lieutenant colonel decide he wants to start an atomic war." Eventually, that power would be wrested into the hands of the civilian authorities, and the president particularly. He was going to be the one who had the power to decide, to push the button, as it will be known later. Historian Gary Wills said this is one of the effects the atomic bomb had. changed the American constitutional system almost quietly due to the technological necessities that the weapon required. He wrote, quote, lodging the fate of the world in one man with no constitutional check on his actions caused a violent break in our whole governmental system. General Groves had a mere simulacrum of that authority, and only for a single project. Presidents now have it as part of their permanent assignment. This was in effect a quiet revolution. It was accepted under the impression that technology imposed it as a harsh necessity. In case of nuclear attack on the United States, the president would not have time to consult Congress or instruct the public. He must respond instantly, which means that he must have the whole scientific apparatus for response on constant alert, accountable only to him. If, on the other hand, a danger to our allies or our necessary assets is posed, calling for a nuclear initiative on his part, he cannot issue a warning ahead of time without alerting the enemy. Like President Truman, who was told he could not forewarn Japan, he must act with alone authority. The nature of the presidency, he writes, was irrevocably altered by this grant of a unique power. End quote. So already the nature of the weapons was changing the way we do things on a national level here in the United States. But the question of how this might change things on a human-wide level was being widely debated as well. In the years 1945 and 1946, there were some very interesting, relatively unique ideas floated in the world of public opinion and governmental proposals. There was an attempt in those years, an active attempt to try to put the nuclear genie back in the bottle, to eliminate atomic weapons from the face of the earth, and almost as if to pretend that they had never been discovered at all. Now, there are two things to understand before we get into this. The first thing is, all this is occurring when the bodies from the Second World War are still warm. And after these terrible, earth-shattering wars, you often have a hangover period afterwards where people are understandably in one of these moods where they say, never again. This can never be allowed to happen again. And at the end of the Second World War, you throw the advent of atomic weapons in at the very end there. That's a definitive extra exclamation point on that never again. And so if this seems like a pie in the sky, rainbows and unicorns utopian approach to things, realize that they're living at the last time the sword of Damocles dropped, and they have a justifiable fear of it. The other thing to take into account, and I'm not a historian, so you're not going to see me picking the right approach, is that this can be a legitimate proposal that we're talking about here, or this could be for public consumption, and behind the scenes, realpolitik and geopolitical chess matches and business as usual can be going on. In October 1945, which is right after the Second World War ends, President Truman gives a speech to Congress, which kind of begins to deal with that question about how are we going to control these nuclear weapons now in this new atomic age. And he gives one of these speeches where he says, the hope of civilization rests on international agreements where people renunciate the use and development of atomic weapons. It's a pretty big deal, and then he begins work with the heads of Canada and the United Kingdom a month after that on formulating some sort of policy. One of my nuclear experts I was reading, Joseph Sergione, essentially says it's the first nuclear non-proliferation agreement ever. They send their financier representative, a guy named Bernard Baruch, to the brand new United Nations. And on June 14th, 1946, he makes this proposal. And he does it with this very dramatic, famous language. And he says, we are here to make a choice between the quick and the dead. That is our business. If we fail, then we've damned every man to be the slave of fear. It's a great speech that is supposed to set the apocalyptic tone, though, that a world with these weapons out there, conjures up. And the discussion talks about, taking all the uranium and plutonium everywhere and everything you would need to build these bombs and putting them in a central location under an international sort of a security situation where nobody could get their hands on them and you couldn't have these weapons anymore. Now, if you're one of these people that thinks in terms maybe that the physicists are using about people growing into greatness, maybe you could see this as an example of that. These are human beings treating this with the respect and rationality that it deserves and eschewing all of the normal power politics one would expect. 5,000 years of human history would lead you to believe. And truthfully, from a humanitarian viewpoint, the United States offering to essentially give up their monopoly on atomic weapons. I mean, when in the history books does somebody do that, with a super weapon? We've got the only one, but we'll give it up for this humanitarian cause. Now, here's the catch. So what if the United States said they would do this as soon as everyone else had renounced them and all the materials had been put into a central location and all of the agreements to make sure no one was cheating and building these weapons on the side were in place, and then as soon as that was done, the U.S. would give up all their weapons too? Well, there was a little counter proposal made by the people that were going to begin to be the other superpower in the world for this next 40 years after this period that we have called, and the history books all label, the Cold War. But by the way, there's a decent number of historians who believe it's a Cold War instead of a hot war because of the existence of atomic and later thermonuclear weapons. Our former wartime allies, but we weren't exactly buddy-buddy with them before the war, the Soviet Union. The seeds of the suspicion that will explode into rabid animosity in just a few years are already apparent in 1946. And the Soviet counter-proposal to the United States, Britain, and Canada saying, let's all just renounce the use and development of these weapons, and as soon as we can prove you've all done that, the United States will throw theirs away. And the Soviet Union said, why don't you throw yours away now, since you're the only one that has any, and then we'll figure out how to keep the world from developing any more after that. That's exactly the kind of attitude that anybody studying human history forever would expect, right? Many out there would say that's just rational. Absolutely, don't get hoodwinked. There was a belief on the Soviet side that what the United States really wanted to do with this arms control agreement, if you will, is extend the length of the monopoly that they had on atomic weapons. Let's make sure no one else can develop any, and then, we'll have a longer period of time where we're the only ones who have them. But it began to sort of lay the groundwork for what we would see in the future. A three-dimensional geopolitical chess match where the board itself is booby-trapped with nuclear weapons. And no one knows where they are on the board, so every time anyone conducts a major move, everyone tenses up. The board itself was determined by where the armies were when the Second World War ended. And there are some notable trouble spots. The number one geopolitical trouble spot on this chessboard, Berlin, the former German capital. At the end of the war, Germany is divided. The eastern half is under the control of Soviet forces, the western half under control of the United States, France, and Great Britain. All four of those powers are sharing jurisdiction and occupation of the former German capital in Berlin. The problem is that Berlin is, geographically speaking, well within the Soviet zone of control in eastern Germany. The Soviets control all access to the city. A couple of roads that the Soviets watch over carefully is where all the supplies come in from the west. It's an important piece on the chessboard, but it is a piece that from the beginning of the game is effectively held hostage. The most important piece the Soviet Union has on the chessboard is the Red Army. The Red Army is constructed differently than armies in the West were. It's an army that was meant to slug it out with German forces, with tanks, with heavy artillery. It is a hammerhead sledgehammer of an army. It is full of veterans, and their commanders are well versed in how to use the very large forces that they possess. When the war ends, the other powers like the United States and Great Britain quickly start demobilizing their forces. The Soviets demobilize forces to a degree too, but the Red Army stays where it is, large, powerful, threatening. And the Allied forces really have nothing on the ground in terms of an army that can stand against it. When asked what the Red Army would need to advance into, I believe it was Switzerland, one U.S. commander said shoes. I mean, the belief that it could just advance all the way to the Atlantic in 1946, with little to stop it, was widespread. The chess pieces on the west side, though, were compensatory. They balanced out the Red Army to some degree. The West had the great air forces and naval supremacy, and they also had the atomic bomb. The problem that the United States found itself in terms of a dilemma is the only thing that they had that they knew could blunt the Red Armies in a march to the sea if it came to that, were atomic weapons. It may have been early on too valuable a piece to give up. Of course, let's remember, the Red Army was not sitting on the edge of Soviet territory defending the motherland. They were perched basically along the farthest extent that they had taken over in wartime, and were occupying unwilling populations of people who before the war were living in their own countries. Places like Poland and Romania and Hungary and the Baltic states and a lot of other places were now occupied and were being incorporated slowly but surely into the communist bloc. This became a bone of contention, and something that would have kept good relations from breaking out probably in any case. The other issue that divided the two sides after the war was ideological. That should come as no surprise. I mean, the 20th century is such an ideological century anyway. In the 1930s, you had three giant different ideological blocks sort of competing with each other: fascism, communism, and the democratic free market West. The war essentially eliminated the big fascist powers, leaving a dynamic that, as historian Gwen Dyer points out, diplomats from hundreds of years ago would have understood. They would have predicted a war between the Soviet Union and the United States based on power politics alone. I have to bear this in mind because growing up when I did, the idea of communism versus democracy was such a huge part of the equation that it's hard to rule that out or minimize that. But as Dyer points out, it's a lot like the role religion played in the wars of the 16th and 17th century. It's important and it makes a big difference, but if you took that out of the equation, you probably would have had the same competition anyway. He writes, quote, "The United States and the Soviet Union have no common border, no claims on each other's territory, no history of national animosity. They're not even serious rivals for trade or resources. But their post-war confrontation was perfectly predictable and widely predicted as soon as the probable outcome of World War II became clear around 1943. He said, quote, "Our gravest error in the late 20th century is to overestimate our distance and our difference from the past. We believe that the present round of competition between the great powers is different from all the others in history, that it is invested with special significance because of its ideological dimension and because of the appalling consequences if it were to lead to war, as all such other competitions have eventually done in the past." End quote. He then goes on the list that both sides can use to point to the other and say, well, look at all these provocative things you've done. And then he says, quote, "Each side has an ideologically watertight explanation for why the adversary behaves with such persistent wickedness and aggression. But none of the post-1945 developments would seem surprising to a 17th century Spanish or Ottoman diplomat. Neither communism, he writes, nor liberal democracy would mean anything to him other than as a useful label for the players, but he would have no trouble understanding why the victorious alliance so quickly fell apart. They almost always do after victory, because the winners are the biggest players left on the board. Hence, they automatically become the greatest potential threats to each other's power. End quote. Now, I'm not in disagreeing with Gwen Dyer's excellent point about power politics. Yet at the same time, as someone who grew up in that era also, it's hard to discount what the dread and disdain here in the United States for communism, the impact that had overall on events. There's a Foreign Affairs magazine review of Stephen Whitfield's book, The Culture of the Cold War, that I thought was an interesting description that sort of spanned the width and the breadth, and then sort of the weirdness as you look back on it now, decades later, the entire affair. It says about the book, quote, a lively and well-documented account of how the Cold War both produced and was sustained by super-patriotism, intolerance, and suspicion, and how these pathologies infected all aspects of American life in the 1950s. Entertainment, churches, schools. Older readers will remember and still be amazed. Younger ones will find this a readable introduction to a bizarre aspect of the American past. End quote. And you know, looking back on it, there was something bizarre about it, and I didn't even exist in the time when it was at its most bizarre, the 50s, the 1950s. At the same time, and I've said this before, I wish that there was this potion or serum that you could drink that would allow you for a moment to feel what the people living in that era felt about this ideology that to many of them seemed little better than what Hitler and the Third Reich was offering, and whose desire, as they saw it, to extinguish freedom all over the world was about the most evil thing they could think of. When you are fighting the most evil thing you can think of, there's not a whole lot of things you are not willing to use to win. Case in point, atomic weapons. There's another element that's involved in the story that contributes to how bizarre it looks as we look back on it now. It's something that for a great many people was an article of faith at the time period, which we know to be false because, well, what they were worried about happening never happened. But they don't have that luxury. And every era has its conventional wisdoms that it has to use in factoring out how to make decisions. We are as trapped by our own as they were by theirs. But a great many people, and it's hard to quantify exactly how many, but it spanned the entire spectrum from world leaders and decision makers to the intellectuals, down to the farmers and the ma and pa operators of hardware stores. Middle America, there was this idea that war with the Soviet Union wasn't just a possibility, but that it was an eventual inevitability. And that colors your thinking in ways that if you don't believe that, or if, as we do, we know that that wasn't what was going to happen, it looks insane. Because you consider things that don't make sense outside of that context. For example, if war is going to happen eventually, more than 5,000 years of human political and military history tells you it's better if it happens at a time and at a place of your own choosing. And also when your advantages are maximized and your adversaries are minimized. Since the end of the Second World War, no greater disparity in weapons technology has ever existed than when the United States had a monopoly on atomic weapons. Now, it should be pointed out that there were those, even at the end of the Second World War, patent famously and legendarily in the American general had suggested that since, we already had our stuff all over there, everything was mobilized, everything was at the height of it, we ought to fight that war with the Russians right now. And he was a notoriously gung-ho general. But even stone-cold pacifists will be tempted by this temporary window of opportunity that exists. If the one atomic power on the planet wanted to kill the other potential one by strangling it in the cradle, and no one knew how long the window of opportunity was going to last, expert opinions differed. President Truman is supposed to have asked J. Robert Oppenheimer how long he thought the monopoly would last. When do you think the Soviets will get the bomb? He's supposed to have replied, I don't know. To which Truman is supposed to have responded, I know, never. Truman didn't explain his thinking on that, whether or not he thought perhaps that the collective minds of mankind would come to their senses and international agreements would fix this problem, because he believed World War III was imminent, and the Soviet Union would be wiped off the map and your problem would disappear in a giant mushroom cloud. The military head of the Manhattan Project, General Groves, thought it was going to be 2 decades before the Soviets got the bomb. But concerned scientists and even pacifists were worried enough to consider the potential value of a preventative nuclear war. Bertrand Russell was jailed for opposing the First World War as a pacifist, wrote right after the Second World War, quote, Russia is sure to learn how to make it, the atomic bomb. I think Stalin has inherited Hitler's ambition for world dictatorship. One must expect a war between USA and USSR, which will begin with the total destruction of London. I think the war will last 30 years and leave a world without civilized people, from which everything will have to be built afresh, a process taking, say, 500 years. There is one thing, and one only, which could save the world, and that is a thing which I should not dream of advocating. It is that America should make war on Russia during the next 2 years and establish a world empire by means of the atomic bomb. This will not be done, he writes. He then gives a speech, pretty much right after that time, to the British House of Lords. I'm quoting this, by the way, from Prisoner's Dilemma by William Poundstone, one of the most famous scientists associated with atomic power, John von Neumann. He quotes Russell as telling the House of Lords his nightmare scenario that would turn a pacifist into somebody that wanted a preventative nuclear war to be started. On his advice, he told the House of Lords, quote, as I go about the street and see St. Paul's, the British Museum, the Houses of Parliament, and the other monuments of our civilization, in my mind's eye, I see a nightmare vision of those buildings as heaps of rubble with corpses all around them. End quote. When Russell, who's one of the more intelligent people of the century, theorizes that the next war, which he sees as imminent, will leave people uncivilized and that civilization will have to be rebuilt anew and it will take 500 years to get back to where we are now. Think of how apocalyptic that is. Now, humankind obviously faces these sorts of threats periodically. In fact, we still face this one now, although we don't think about it much. I mean, everything, for example, from global warming to some meteor hitting your planet or anything like that constitutes a grave potential threat, and the dynamics of each one is different, so our reaction is different. Climate change, for example, because it needs to be figured out via mostly things like data and observation and science, an arguing ground for people with vested interest. These people had a different situation going on. The dynamics around atomic weapons had just been proven and seen. Basically, the attitude was, if you don't want to end up looking like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and here are some pictures, by the way, if you didn't see it, we have to do something. Doing something was a conundrum that these themselves a lot more trapped by than we would find ourselves trapped if we invented atomic weapons yesterday. It is one of those little vagaries of history, isn't it? That a lot of these things happen at a time period where everyone is still all traumatized and stressed. Not when you really want to hand the new powerful super weapon over to human beings. Let's let the human beings heal a little bit. I mean, if you discovered atomic bombs yesterday in a laboratory and we were talking about it today, how different might our approach to them be? These are terror. These could really do some damage. We better think about this. But, nobody's ready to kill each other. We're not sitting on the knife's edge of tension. When Bertrand Russell gives that speech, remember what's going on in this guy's memory banks. Remember the life experience that he's forming his decision-making with, which is the best line I think a history teacher ever gave. He says, remember what these people have seen. Their life experiences determine how they formulate the best reaction in any given situation or the approach. Bertrand Russell was born in 1872 into a completely different world, and the reason it wasn't the world he was born into anymore is the two worst world wars in history destroyed it twice. The first one was so bad that they had this entire period afterwards where humankind said never again, not the first time nor the last time, and built up whole structures and treaties and arrangements and deals and everything. The League of Nations is just one example to see that this never happened again. And instead, within 20 years, it did, and it was worse than the first one. And at the end, it ended with atomic weaponry. So if you're Russell in 1945, a month or two after the war ended, you are suffering from historical post-traumatic stress disorder, and so is everyone around you. So when you wonder how atomic bombs might be used, you're thinking they're probably going to be used like the last two things I saw happen within living memory. It's going to be a lot messier than any of that. The other thing that these people had going on that I have to continually remind myself of, and it would be again so different if we developed these weapons yesterday, is that the two sides that are the, shall we call them, the tip of the spear in the Cold War, the USSR, the Soviet Union, and the United States, both entered the Second World War as the result of a devastating surprise attack. Barbarossa, the German surprise attack on the Soviet Union in 1941, and then in December 1941, of course, Pearl Harbor. Imagine the next devastating surprise attack happening with atomic or nuclear weapons, and then remember that these people had already seen that movie just a few years ago. The other thing that they were absolutely certain that they had learned from the Second World War and the time leading up to it had to do with appeasement and how tough you had to be on people, and all of these elements combined to create a dynamic where everyone was on a hair trigger alert, and now they had these weapons that were so dangerous on one side. And this was key. In 1946, in northern Iran, when the Soviet Union did not leave as quickly as they were supposed to, President Truman is supposed to have threatened to use an atomic bomb on them. They seemed pretty darn happy when they got out real fast. In other words, the idea that when you have this super weapon, you can impose your will on other people is really, really seductive. Truman's Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, explained the advantage that the atomic bomb gave the President and the United States and the West in poker terms. He said that when it comes to world power, the atomic bomb was the equivalent of a royal straight flush. That is a hard geopolitical hand to avoid playing, isn't it? I mean, what would people from earlier eras have done if they had nuclear weapons and a monopoly on them? Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, a bunch of Chinese emperors, Japanese daimyos, or heck, Hitler. Here's 50 atomic bombs, but don't use them. If Oppenheimer and those physicists who were talking about human beings having to rise to another kind of level of evolution in order to avoid destroying themselves, you can see why. Because actually imagining them in the hands of most of history's great figures in the past sounds like the prelude to a nightmare. It occurs to me maybe that question could be phrased a little differently and examined also. I mean, if the physicists were talking about a new level of human understanding being necessary to live with this sort of technology, maybe it's not fair to imagine weapons in the hands of some of the most sociopathic leaders in history, how would humankind in general in the past have dealt with something like this is perhaps a fairer comparison. If you could go back in my famous machine, a very large version of it, and bring back nuclear weapons and some technicians to set them up and show them what button to push and everything, do you think of people from the Bronze Age or the Iron Age nukes their adversary? If you give Hannibal nuclear weapons, explain what they do, set them up for him, hand him the button, and say, if you push this, all of Rome will be gone, and there'll be walking zombies with their skin hanging off, and thousands dead and all that. Does he push it, or does he say, maybe you should think about this? It's interesting to wonder about the development over time of human ethical systems, but also something based on, if you want to suggest the species learning, how about the idea of imagining Hannibal with that nuclear weapon, having gotten a chance to already live through things like the First and Second World Wars, to have experienced Verdun and Stalingrad and gas and atomic bombs used in warfare, and then hand him the weapon and say, maybe now you understand the mess this sort of Damocles will leave. Do you still want to nuke Rome?
That's pretty unusual.
I'll tell you what's fascinating to me, and again, it's part of the human condition, I'm not sure you can get around it, is at this moment, and maybe this is the kind of stuff the physicists were talking about also, at this moment when it's all on this, like, doomsday clock knife edge, and in 1947, scientists will inaugurate the doomsday clock because it's showing how close we are to destruction because of atomic weaponry and all that. Doesn't matter how close it is, though, to striking midnight, we're still playing politics in the world's democracies, because that's how democracies work. To go back and read the political pressure on a guy like Truman that the opposition party uses against him, and the typical political dynamics of trying to appeal to rural voters in swing states, and it's insane how it changes a dynamic that you would really wish humankind could sit in a room and coldly and dispassionately, without 1 ounce of concern about the politics of it, and think about this issue that bedevils us, right? And maybe all humankind, maybe all succeeding generations, if you want to take it to the logical nth degree of hyperbole. But no, we're still going to call the president soft on communism because it's going to help us in the congressional elections in a place like New York, and we're darn close to taking the Senate back. But how else can a democracy run? I think, and I don't think this is an unusual statement to make at all, if you look at U.S. history, there are certain time periods where the country fundamentally changes. It's almost like a body part breaks and we replace it with something else that's reasonably similar, if you want to fool yourself and dress it up, but has been altered irrevocably and is unrecognizable to previous generations. The founding of this country and the change from the Confederation to the Constitution is one of them, in my opinion. The Civil War and Reconstruction is another one, in everybody's opinion. But if you look at the period, and people would have different dates on this, from about 1946 to about 1952, you see the United States government transformed. Historian Gary Wilson described him talking about how the presidency and the power of one person to decide to go to war in a window of minutes changed that aspect of presidential power. But then he goes on to list things that people who know American history all know anyway. All of the famous national security decisions and things like the Marshall Plan and the Truman Doctrine and all these different things that, when taken as a whole, and when you look at them on the list, it's amazing how many happened in the space of a few years, create the national security state. But you should know my own biases before I go farther, because I do have them in this case. It's worth factoring that into your thinking when you hear me. But I talk a lot about politics, and in my opinion, the United States made the wrong course change during this time period and became a different country, a country much less connected to the one Americans believe that they have when they study what I like to call the myths of America and the Constitution as a layperson would understand it. I think September 11th, the 9/11 attacks is another one of these periods in U.S. history, and I think you see a similar dynamic then as well. In neither case, by the way, do I hold the decision makers accountable for having made the decisions at the time. I think it was inevitable, for example, that any U.S. administration, given what's going on, would have freaked out and overreacted after 9/11. I think the same is true in this period we're talking about here, between 1946 and 1952. It is the later generations afterwards that I'm upset with for not fixing it. But the problem with historical memories, if trends go on long enough, whole generations are born never knowing what needs to be fixed because they never lived in the time before the change occurred. If you wanted to say today, we need to go back and fix the things that we did between 1946 and 1952 that Dan Carlin thinks were overreactions, how the heck do you get back that far? And a more critical question for a person like me is, what if we like it better this way? So please note my biases at the outset. But this new national security setup that was developed from about 1946 to about 1952, it's when the CIA was created, the NSA, the entire structure of government that we know today that protects secrets and spies on the enemy and keeps us safe. It's our world now, and this is when it happened. It seems to run counter to the very things that some of those scientists were saying we were going to have to do if we were going to avoid World War III, where they called for a new level of human understanding, whatever that is. I don't pretend to understand exactly what these physicists wanted who said things like this. But you got the opposite with the national security state. Whereas some of these famous physicists, some of the most famous, were saying in 1945 and 1946 that we should tell the Soviets about the bomb right when we started making it, or that we should give them the nuclear secrets after the war. Think of how crazy that sounds to us today. With our modern mentality, we should just give the terrorists all the nuclear bomb secrets. That sounds insane, doesn't it? It sounded insane to a lot of the military class. After the Second World War, we executed people in U.S. history for turning over nuclear secrets, and some of our physicists were suggesting that that's the sort of level of understanding that will take us to a new world where we can ease tension so we don't have World War III. That's a pretty hard evolutionary tool to have to fight against, because you have to combat your own fear. And so I think I've said before, fear is one of those evolutionary developments that has probably saved more lives in human history than anything else I can think of. Normally, it's a very good thing to have, right? Saber-toothed tiger comes at you back in caveman times, run. Or kill it, or whatever you have to do, then protect yourself because you're afraid from saber-toothed tiger attacks and put up fences. And the fear thing is not a bad condition. It helps with security. But if the very things that have always helped with security threaten not just your existence, but civilization, can you turn that evolutionary tool off? And that's the only way to survive. As I tried to play with counterfactuals, what if scenarios in this period, imagining it turning out differently than it did, I can't think of any that sound like they would be rationally imaginable. Take, for example, the military in this situation. What are they supposed to do after the Second World War? Pretend they don't have a bomb if you're the United States? Or if you're the other side in this growing distrust, that will turn into the Cold War, if you're the Soviet Union, do you just pretend the United States doesn't have an atomic bomb? How does that work? Like we said, it's, for the President of the United States, almost too good of a hand to resist at least threatening to play. I mean, that's just politics, right? That's just foreign policy, the way it's always been handled. And if you look at this from a strictly, age-old power politics viewpoint, historian Michael Howard does a great job of just setting up the way the military saw this thing. To them, and we're speaking of them as a whole rather than some of the individuals, and even perhaps some of the various services, more on that in a minute, saw these things because that's what they're paid to do. Howard wrote, quote, "When confrontation developed between the Soviet Union and the West shortly after the ending of the Second World War, the military on both sides foresaw business as usual. The Soviets planned to advance their western places to the Atlantic, to deny to the Americans the use of air bases in Western Europe, while the Americans hoped at least to retain bases in the British Isles, Spain, and the Middle East, from which to bombard the Soviet Union, and then in due course, in quotes here, liberate Europe for a second time. He continues, quote, the peoples of Europe knew nothing of these plans and would have shown little enthusiasm for them if they had. Next time, remarked a French prime minister who did know about them to his American colleagues, you will be liberating a corpse. End quote.
What in the
The
fuck?
problem you face in 1946-1947. If you're the United States military or Harry Truman, and maybe you've already threatened to play that royal straight flush on the Soviets in northern Iran once, the problem you have is you have very few of these bombs, although no one knows that, and you have no good way to deliver them. The next couple of years, the military and Harry Truman and the government of the United States will focus on a system to deliver Armageddon, if that's what's needed. Its official name was the Strategic Air Command. It was part of this brand new branch of the United States military known as the Air Force, which used to be a part of the Army. And it was part of an entire reorganization that was also a part of this post-Second World War transformative period that changed U.S. foreign policy, the whole design of government, the new Department of Defense, the new Pentagon. It was all part of this. And Strategic Air Command's job, if called upon to do it, was to destroy the Soviet Union's major cities with atomic weapons, and in the process, kill tens of millions of people. The mind sort of reels, doesn't it, when you think of how quickly we went from that. Well, to us today, it even looks like a rainbows and unicorns place of trying to craft legislation to rid the world of the scourge of atomic weaponry. Until a year and a half, 2 years later, when the president has to deal with the approval of Air Force plans for winning World War III that involve, as the key part of the strategy, something commonly referred to as the atomic blitzkrieg or atomic blitz. Trying to explain all the various things that go into why these decisions were made is complicated. And one of the main reasons why is how recent all this is. As we said before, reality is complicated. I don't have to tell you that. Social, cultural, economic, individual forces. 1,000 things working on us in every direction all the time. That's pretty much how it's always been. But you can't always see it in the sources. So when you go back to like ancient Egypt and you look at what historians write about that, they don't have access to all the information that would flesh out the reality of those people the way we feel it now. Consequently, history seems much more simple because the minor strands that are all interwoven around events are not visible back then. But the closer you get to now, the more visible those minor threads become, and it's impossible to quantify the importance of this thread over that thread. For example, as I said earlier, you would love to think in a situation as important potentially as global nuclear war, that we would have philosopher kings sitting in quiet rooms discussing with the most intelligent physicists and ethical people in the world how we deal with this situation. But instead, the normal things that impact humankind are at work here too, despite the stakes. We said politics in a democracy a little while ago. But it's more than just politics. How about such banal concerns as budgetary questions and inter-service rivalry? Today, just for example, I think you can make a pretty good argument, and a lot of people have, that the number one reason that you have an atomic blitz-style strategy as the plan to win World War III, should it come during this time period, has more to do with budgetary restraints than anything else. And you, again, would wish that you had your philosopher kings and everything in the back room, not worried about anything banal like politics and budgets and what have you, but reality intervenes, which is why this whole argument about having to change humanity, in order to survive in a post-atomic world, is so difficult. As Einstein said, the atom changed everything but our modes of thinking. But it's hard to change your modes of thinking. I mean, think about Harry Truman after the war. Harry Truman's got to cut the budget because it's spending a fortune, because it was just in the biggest war in history and it was doing the lion's share of funding. Can't stay at those levels, right? Can't live at those levels. So Harry Truman has to cut the military by what he figures is going to be 70% after the war, while still having to be able to fight World War III should it come. And as we said, a lot of people thought it was imminent. How do you do that? Truman brought in business people, opened up their business books from college that just said, listen, it's all about prioritization and consolidation. There's no reason for all this redundancy. First of all, you should just combine all these services and have no Air Force and no Navy and no Army, just one whole military defense structure. You hear this argument all the time. In this country, you hear it in other countries too. The services hate that because they all have a lot of pride in their own service and sometimes a little bit of antipathy toward the other ones. What's more, you had a whole new branch of the service out there, the U.S. Air Force, that had just been created, and all of them competing for an economic pie that was going to be cut by 70%. As you might imagine, in any country, in any time period, ever, the knives came out. And the backbiting started, and the services had to get up there and essentially argue for why they were relevant and why they mattered and why they should get a larger piece of the economic defense pie. And it was the Air Force that ended up winning the argument. They went to the president and they basically said, if I can simplify this, there's only one branch of the service that will win World War III for you, and it's us. Because we're the ones who will send fleets of bombers over to the Soviet Union and bomb them with atomic bombs. Boom. This was a very contentious period in U.S. defense history. Again, it's part of that entire era where the big change occurred between 46 and 52. But the services, in some of these cases, were fighting for their very existence. The second defense secretary, a guy named Lewis A. Johnson, who was totally on board with this, let's get rid of a bunch of branches of the service idea, is supposed to have said this, quote, "There is no reason for having a Navy and Marine Corps. General Bradley tells me that amphibious operations are a thing of the past. We'll never have any more amphibious operations. That does away with the Marine Corps. And the Air Force can do anything the Navy can do, so that does away with the Navy." End quote. He then goes on to cancel this giant super carrier the Navy was building, and as you might imagine, things just go ballistic. It leads to something that's considered to be one of the more unusual and serious, because there hasn't been a lot of them, revolts by a branch of the service in American history. It's often referred to as a mutiny in some spheres. It would be a very strange mutiny, because usually the mutiny is from the lower levels of the Navy to the higher levels. This involved the highest levels of the Navy, who came to the defense of the service by arguing for all sorts of things that you would understand. They're just trying to make themselves look relevant, and of course the Navy can do this and no one else can. But the unusual argument that they also brought to the table, and they brought it out in congressional hearings in a way that when you think about it is just shocking, was they questioned the U.S. strategy of atomic bombs on moral grounds. In something known as the Revolt of the Admirals, in congressional testimony, a bunch of war heroes from the Second World War, guys like Chester Nimitz and everything, came out, and in arguing essentially that we don't like your plan to just go and drop atomic bombs on cities, and that's how you're going to win the Third World War, but at the same time, defending their own branch of the service, they decried the entire idea as un-American and immoral. As Eric Schlosser writes in Command and Control, quote, "At congressional hearings in October 1949, one high-ranking admiral after another condemned the atomic blitz, arguing that the bombing of Soviet cities would be not only futile, but immoral. They advocated precision tactical bombing of Soviet troops and supply lines, using planes from American aircraft carriers. Admiral William F. Halsey compared the Air Force's new bomber to the siege weapons once used to destroy medieval castles and towns. Quote, I don't believe in mass killings of non-combatants. End quote. Admiral Arthur W. Radford testified, quote, A war of annihilation might bring a Pyrrhic military victory, but it would be politically and economically senseless, end quote. The harshest criticism of the Air Force came from Rear Admiral Scout cities of Japan after the war. He described the atomic blitz as, quote, random mass slaughter of men, women, and children, end quote. The whole idea, he said, was ruthless and barbaric, and contrary to American values, quote, we must ensure that our military techniques do not strip us of self-respect, end quote. Once again, hard to quantify and really know how much of the Navy's opposition to use of atomic bombs as the war-winning thing you base your strategy was because their service didn't have any, and how much of it was based on moral. Complaints would be notably muted when submarines could carry nuclear weapons, it should be noted later on. But the admirals bring up a key moral question that people will wrestle with for decades. As a matter of fact, they still wrestle with. Is there an ethical way to fight an atomic or nuclear war? Is there a way to bomb cities and civilians with atomic weapons and have it still square with American values and the values of the freedom-loving West, as it would have been known back then, in general? When they're fighting a bad guy, as I said, that you go read the literature of the time, it is clear. This might as well be, the Third Reich again, and Joseph Stalin might as well be Hitler. Now, little known fact here in the United States, but the Soviet Union will mellow out a bit after Stalin goes away. But this is the hardcore era still. He is considered to be a ruthless guy, and communism appears to be on the move. But if you kill tens of millions of civilians using atomic bombs in order to thwart the evils of a totalitarian superpower, how much evil do you get splashed on you in the process? And what if you strike first? That's the second thing that came into play. Even pacifist Bertrand Russell for a little while was thinking that the United States should strike first to keep the bomb out of the hands of guys like Joseph Stalin. Interesting to think about what our history books will look like today and how it would treat the subject of a preventative nuclear war. And the United States acted on that kind of premise back in the day when Bertrand Russell was making those speeches. By the way, in all fairness to Bertrand Russell, he changed his opinion later on this. Nonetheless, I can't imagine the history books treating it all that nicely today to try to explain away all those deaths to keep the Soviet Union from getting an atomic weapon.
Spike Jones.
One is reminded of Friedrich Nietzsche's line about be careful when fighting monsters, that you yourself do not become a monster. It's a tough ethical dilemma, isn't it? And from my own standpoint, I find this period fascinating because if you think about the ethical dilemma maybe of putting a handgun that's loaded into the hands of a 5-year-old boy, that's kind of what I feel like this period is here. Maybe the most dangerous period in atomic history because it's the one where we're still trying to figure out if Oppenheimer's right and we have to grow into a new higher version of ourselves to survive. This is the period of like adolescence. Can we do it before we shoot something? It's a period where the tension is mounting at such a pace.
Fuck Canada and fuck your country,
The
man.
drumbeat of crisis and initiatives was relentless during this time period. You go look at a timeline and it's one thing after another. Bam, 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 bam. And remember, those are the things that make it into the history books. That totally discounts what the people in that era reading their morning newspaper on a day-to-day basis would have had to contend with. All the rumors and lies and threats and maneuvers and things that might happen but never turned out to be true. They sweat that out on a daily basis. So if you're talking about these things that sound horrific to us today that anyone would even consider, you don't understand the threat those people thought they were facing. The fact that we know that their worst nightmares won't come true can't be allowed to blind us from the position that they found themselves in. Remember, we have the luxury of knowing how things turn out. It changes everything, doesn't it, though? It makes it very difficult to put ourselves back in those shoes of the one that's serum. It instantly allows you to go, oh my God, I'm so scared that the communists are going to take over the world. You know, when I was growing up in the 1970s, there was something known as the domino theory of communism. There was this idea that it spreads from one country to another, and that, as soon as one falls, it subverts the next one over there. And it was supposed to explain this exponential growth of communism in the world, and why you needed to be concerned about all these little countries. You'd say, well, who cares about this little out-of-the-way place if they go communist? It's not exactly like they're in the center of the world. But why do they matter? You say, oh, you don't understand. It's the domino effect. They will subvert the country next door, and then you can't really get a foothold. And in the 70s, when I was growing up, you were beginning to think that that was crazy, although there were still a lot of proponents. But the reason it looks so out of whack is because in the 1970s, when I was a kid, things had stabilized. That was a theory developed by people that were watching reality unfold back in the era we're talking about now, where it did look like dominoes were falling, and it looked like they were falling quickly. And there were a couple of different kinds, covert and overt, for example. At the beginning of 1948, the Czechoslovakian government is overthrown in a coup, and they become part of the communist bloc. One of their famous ministers found at the bottom of a multi-story apartment dead in an apparent suicide out of his window, which many people believe now was nothing but Russian agents tossing him over the side. But that began to give everything sort of a very spy, underhanded, clandestine, the enemy within sort of feel. Communism was different than fighting Nazism. You didn't have to worry about Nazism as an intellectual contagion very much. Whereas communism was something that could appeal to downtrodden peoples everywhere, including in your own countries. So all of a sudden you had a new enemy to deal with, potentially some of your own people to change things too, as everyone knows. A couple of red scares, if nothing else, the McCarthy era, and some legitimate problems with people who were spying because they had an intellectual affinity for the beliefs of the Soviet Union. And I get letters from communists all the time saying, you always portray communism in such a terrible light. All we can go on is the examples we have. If they don't match the potential of the classroom theories, well, you can't help that. I can only tell you what the Joseph Stalin regime was like. And it wasn't pretty. And if you want to point out the problems that the West has, I'm going to agree with you on all of them, but there's still no comparison. In this case, the Soviets just were ruthless, and the United States and others argued that you had to meet that kind of ruthlessness with a similar sense of resolve. And some of this resolve required the ability to push back in places. A couple months into 1948, Joseph Stalin does something that tests the resolve of the West, if you will, in a way that is so challenging, it's like calling your bluff in that high-stakes poker game. Gio Kako and Daniel Axelrod, in their book, How to Win a Nuclear War, say that by this time period, Harry Truman has already threatened the Soviets 4 times with nuclear bombing. Maybe bluffs, but never came to a head because the Soviets gave in. June 24, 1948. A pretty darn good geopolitical chess player himself, Joseph Stalin makes a move that basically calls the entire nuclear bluff of the West and shuts down all the rail lines and the land routes that were supplying West Berlin, a place occupied by the French, the British, the Americans, that they shared with the Soviets, and that was deeply inside the rest of Soviet Eastern Germany at the time. Only allowed to exist because Stalin allowed food and everything to go through. On June 24, 1948, he stopped allowing
Pepperoni.
basically the United States and the rest of the world,
Chef
in his own
Boyardee.
geopolitical way, said, check. Now you may be thinking to yourself that we are overplaying the poker and chess analogies a little bit. Because they are things, by the way, that can always be applied to diplomacy and foreign affairs and realpolitik and all that. You can always compare those things to chess matches and whatnot, but nothing so fits the model as the Cold War. And in fact, in due time, an alternative approach to Oppenheimer and the physicists' idea that we're going to have to grow as a species or we're going to wipe each other out will begin to be developed along the lines of things that we call today game theory, and that were already underway in the minds of people like John von Neumann and others, developing ways to see if we could use our intelligence
He died in Panama, huh?
to not drastically lose the game. If humans had to adapt or die to their new weapons technology, was the only kind of adaptation that was going to work an evolutionary one? Or if that was impossible, did humankind have a backup plan for living with this sort of technology?
Damn,
In this
he was pretty
case,
good.
what Stalin had said in a foreign policy sort of terms is, are you really going to start World War III over this? All I did was say you could no longer have access to a city deeply behind the border in our territory, or at least where we're in charge of defending our zone, our sphere of influence. We haven't attacked anybody. You'd be attacking us first. What would world opinion say? You're going to start World War III over this? And if you did, not only will the war start, but we'll start with wiping out all of your forces that are in Berlin now. An appetizer for World War III, if you will. How do you respond to that? And especially in this period where, once again, it's hard to get into the minds of these people, but everything you read talks about how much both sides in this Cold War thought that they learned from World War II and the lead up to that. The whole idea of appeasement is ever present in the discussions, right? Hitler proves the point for every maniacal, aggressive dictator everywhere, right? They're all like Hitler, so everything that would have applied to Hitler applies to everything else. And in the sense of a Joseph Stalin, you cannot show weakness. So do you start World War III over this? Well, the wheels are in motion. And very soon, a solution on the ground, apparently by a local commander, who started to have food flown into Berlin, because apparently Stalin wasn't going to shoot down airplanes. I guess they found pretty quickly. And very quickly, Harry Truman saw that as the life preserver thrown to him. Right? What are your choices? Start nuclear war or let Stalin get away with it? Well, what about we don't start nuclear war either? We just start supplying the city. Now, what are you going to do? Your move. See how this game thing works so well in this situation? I'm not going to start nuclear war first. And what will be known as the Berlin airlift, by the time it's finished, and it'll be ongoing for more than a year, the United States and the other Western allies will fly in 1.5 million tons of coal, fuel, and other necessary products for everyone in West Berlin, with nearly 200,000 flights into the city. It's an amazing
What's Aunt
achievement.
Jemima now?
And was an easy out to avoid World War III. But worth noting that during the crisis, especially in July 1948, discussions and real discussions were had amongst the United States, the president, his advisors, about whether or not we start nuclear war over this. And they're fascinating to go back and look at.
What in the fuck is that?
You begin to see this
Pearl
big
Miller
divide
Company.
between those who
Wait,
think
wasn't this
that
her
nuclear
original?
weapons are this
Wasn't this the
special class
original name of the
weapon
company?
that you must treat totally differently than any weapon that's ever been invented ever, and those who think it's just a bigger bomb.
Why the fuck is it called this?
Here, which is more about humanity adapting to its weapons capabilities. The 1948-1949
So you say, can I get some
crisis is key
Pearl Milling
because
Company?
it's the first time
That's what they named this fucking syrup?
road practical questions that hadn't really arisen to this
Can I get
point.
some
It's
Pearl
almost
Milling
like you have to
Company
have the
syrup?
crisis before people will
But
actually
wasn't
sit down
this the
and
name
review
of its
and debate the
original?
questions that should have come up a long time ago, like what
No.
can we really
What
accomplish
the
with these
fuck is
weapons? What can
this?
you do
It's
with them?
PearlMillingCompany.com. This is the worst name for a
Everyone
company
understood that you
ever.
can threaten them
Why
because
did you
they'd already
choose
done
this
this
fucking
before.
company?
By the way, it's a strategy known as escalation dominance, and you don't need atomic or nuclear weapons.
This is
That
the worst.
strategy's always
Did
been
anybody know
used,
it's bought this
actually.
shit?
It works very well with atomic weaponry, but it's basically the idea that you're willing to take it to the next level. You really want to fight over this? We'll nuke you. And if the other side doesn't have nuclear weapons, well, that's the end of that game, right? The problem is that that's a bluff game. And what these people are asking now, having played the bluff game 3 or 4 times already since the Second World War, is what if we're forced to play this hand? What does that mean? And then getting to the really practical realities, things like, do we have the planes in place? How many bombs do we have? What are we going to target? And if we target those places and destroy them, does that get us what we want? want.
Yeah.
These are the kind of things that have been sort of compartmentalized and talked about in various branches of government. The Berlin airlift crisis brings all these people together with the president to have really fundamental discussions of the sort that hadn't happened.
Did you like
can see these
Aunt Jemima?
broad differences
Fucking
of
love
opinion.
it. Okay.
The military
Her
men,
Quaker
by
was
and
announced
large,
Aunt Jemima
are under the
we replaced
impression
with a new
that
name
when we
to
go to
make
World
progress.
War III, we're just going to
Okay.
use the new
But
weapons
isn't
too, the way we used the old ones.
Uncle Ben says
Some of
his
the other
name is
people,
Ben
for example,
Original.
head of the Atomic Energy
Okay.
Commission, David Lilienthal,
Mrs. Butterworth's
he's part of the
package
group of
here.
people that are counseling
Brand and
Truman
bottle. They got rid of
key
Mrs.
moment
Butterworth.
during the Berlin airlift crisis not to
Fuck.
use the nuclear
That's why I love cabin. Alright, and Ratchet's Black
The
Shirt.
July 1948 meeting between
Yeah.
Truman and his various advisors is talked about in the Keiko and Axel Ross book, and they write, quote, in his journal that day, Lilienthal, the Atomic Energy Commission head, wrote that Truman, quote, greeted us rather solemnly. He looked worn and grim, none of the joviality that he sometimes exhibits. I rather think it was one of the most important meetings I have ever attended, end quote. The authors continue, quote, at the meeting, some, like Lilienthal, expressed reservations about using nuclear weapons. Secretary Royal, however, spoke for the hardliners when he said, quote, we've been spending 98% of all the money for atomic energy for weapons. Now, if we aren't going to use them, that
What
doesn't
in the
make any
fuck?
sense.
Why did they choose this fucking name?
End quote.
Pearl Milling Company.
But even those who are trying to figure out maybe that you can just use these weapons as a bluff have a problem themselves.
They just
They want to
fucking
deter
axed their
against
brand.
them.
That was a brand.
Strategy-wise,
Oh, okay.
deterrence. Their problem is that for
Want
that
some
to work,
Pearl
the other
Milling
side
Company
needs to think that you
syrup,
will use the
kid?
weapons.
Fuck
So you
that.
can't publicly come out there and say these are
Broadcasting.
the most awful things in the world. We would never use these weapons because then
Why?
you can't threaten to use them anymore. And then they have no utility if you're one of these people who believes that you won't really use them. You won't play the hand, but you'll threaten with them.
Yeah, why'd you
In order for the
drink
threat to
this?
work, people have to believe you'll go there.
Empty too.
As one author pointed
Pearl
out,
Milling Company. What
he
the
said,
fuck
the
is
bomb's
that
too
shit?
terrible to use under any circumstances. It has no deterrent value. So even if you're one of those people that would never foresee the use
You
of
have to take
atomic
a
weapons, you can't say that because then they're no good at all.
Pearl
This
Milling
becomes
Company.
the
What the fuck is that shit?
of using the bomb. But during this period,
It's Aunt
there's one
Jemima.
main part of the
Fuck you.
conundrum that we understand today.
I
that's
love
missing.
Aunt Jemima.
Because if
Mrs.
World War III
Butterworth. What's
breaks
it-
out
what's
in
Mrs.
response to
Butterworth
some
now?
event
What the fuck happened to
the
Mrs.
Berlin
Butterworth?
airlift in 1948, only one side is going to have atomic weaponry used on them. If you're the American public and you're sweating out these increasing
What
tensions,
color was Mrs.
you can
Butterworth?
at least
Okay, I
comfort
guess
yourself
Aunt
with the
Jemima
idea
was
that in
black.
the era of
I didn't really
atomic
see her
war
that
in
way. She just kind of
1948,
was syrupy
you are
to
still
me.
safe from
But
being nuked because your government
Mrs.
has
Butterworth,
the
is she
weapons.
black? She was also syrupy to me. Uncle Ben
And that will change everything.
just seemed happy,
Part
man.
2.
And the cream wheat
Destroyer
guy,
of worlds.
I kind of thought they were the same person. I kind of thought
1949 is a
the
terrible year.
Quaker Oats guy was all the same guy too.
Keeps it from being said
Really?
the most
They all
terrible
look the
year in
same.
all world history in terms of danger are technological limitations.
Do you call it
In
Mrs. Butterworth
1949, the
still?
same technology we had in
Is it called like
1969,
Hanky
and I think
Danky
it is the
fucking
worst year
shit
ever, most
company?
dangerous.
Or is it
A lot of things happened in
very
49.
genuine Vermont style?
Very edgy.
Is
I mean,
it
for
called Mrs.
example,
Butterworth?
after a long-running civil
I bet they
war
got
with
it.
an intermission
Did they get
during
rid of the
Second
bottle?
World
Everybody
War,
loves
the
that
Chinese
bottle.
communists finally gained
People want a
victory.
fucking
Their
lady. They
civil
want to
war
fucking
with
touch her
nationalists.
tits and
Nationalists
stuff.
go over to Taiwan. The communists declare a communist country, and all of a sudden, Soviet Russia, the largest land power in the world in terms of actual geographic size, has added to it a country roughly the size of the
Oh,
United
what a
States
cute
geographically,
costume.
and with the largest population in the world.
You.
Communism just took in
I love your
25% of
costume.
the world's
I
population
like me
and
some of
added it
that.
to its ranks.
Give me some of that.
A country like the United States or the UK
Is
was
yours
in the
syrupy?
situation. It's a zero-sum game, and all of a sudden communism just took China, and we
Really?
lost it.
Yeah.
Big political
So is
debate in
Mrs.
the United
Butterworth
States for a long time. Which
a woman
party
of
in the
color?
White House lost China?
Just
So China
seemed
was ours to lose.
tan. If anything,
1949 is also the year NATO is formed.
isn't it a ROTHSCHILD
In an
2?
attempt to begin to cobble together a European defense strategy
Did
from
he
a
get
whole bunch of
framed for
countries still
something
trying to
else?
recover from the damage of the Second World War. Remember, only one country came out of the Second World War, major ones anyway, any better off than they went into it. That was the United States. Everybody else was recovering. Certain countries, like the Soviet Union, from really grievous wounds. And that's partly the reason why the estimates maybe on how long it would
Are
take
they
the
gonna make a
Soviets to
new
get their
one?
own atomic bomb were so off.
Oh, it's
How
upcoming.
did they do it so quickly? The
Rising the
military head of the
crossover.
Manhattan Project, General Groves,
Holy
didn't think that the
fuck.
Soviets would get it for 20 years. They got
That's like my favorite movie of all
16
time.
years sooner than he thought they'd get it.
Roger Rabbit. I love Roger Rabbit.
Now, there's no doubt that
And the
espionage
Muppets,
played a key role in helping.
Scrolls and shit.
It doesn't change the fact
Lego.
that it took the Soviets about the same amount of time it took the United States, the UK, and the Canadians
Damn,
in the Manhattan
when is
Project to build their bomb. On August
September
29,
14th, 2022?
in the Central Asian deserts, the first
Do they
Soviet
not put movies in the
test
theater
goes
anymore?
off.
Roger
The
Rabbit's a
United
big
States
fucking
finds out
movie, man.
from a monitoring plane that was just sort of keeping track of radioactivity. Joseph Stalin, not the kind of guy to come out and announce
How did he
anything
get on
about
that?
anything. The USA
Missed
thought
the
he was
part of
going to, so after debating whether or not they should tell the people of the world
It's still called
that
that,
the
right?
Soviets were an atomic power now, one of Truman's advisors specifically mentioning the
Is she
panic after
black?
the War of the Worlds broadcast by Orson Welles, and saying that the whole thing might cause a panic. But in an attempt to sort of get ahead of the Soviets if they were going to announce it, and to put the proper spin on it, Truman came forward and basically
Okay,
said,
here you go. Isn't Mr.
Soviets
Butterwood
have it,
black
and this
and
is why
white?
it's so important to control these kinds of weapons.
Just inserted him.
Thus ends that tiny little period at the beginning of the atomic and nuclear age, where atomic power rested in the hands of merely a single country. It's somewhat amazing given the state of human affairs. With its monopoly, one country can use that weapon to dominate the
They
world.
just
So
really
maybe
own
one
all
could
these rich
suggest
fucking companies.
that in an ethical sense,
Hebrew national, anything like
perhaps
black.
Bertrand Russell's line about
How
how
is
long
this
you
like
can
black?
expect a
This
man
brother
to walk
was
across
black.
that tightrope and say,
That
hold
was
on,
the queen of black
you
African
haven't had to do this for very long.
She was regularly
First
portrayed young.
round goes to man's ethical and evolutionary growth because we avoided bombing the Soviet Union when only one country had the bombs, but now two countries have the bomb. How's that going to change the dynamic? It takes the clear level and exponentially confounds it because now all of a sudden the United States has to worry about having the same thing happen to it that places like Belgium and Germany have had to worry about forever. But the U.S. isn't going to get invaded in the old-fashioned sense, but what's the difference if eventually some other power can just ignore the fact you have a couple of oceans protecting you and turn your cities into smoking heaps of rubble? The United States hadn't faced anything comparable to this since the British burned the Capitol building in the War of 1812. Psychologically, it would affect any power. The United States, though, with this extra sense of invulnerability it's always had, was in a unique place in its history. Now, the other side becoming a nuclear power does a couple of things. First of all, it closes the circle in terms of creating the dynamic that we have lived with ever since. This dynamic of both sides being able to do incredible amounts of damage to each other, at least theoretically.
Pawnee
Very
person,
different
correct your
dynamic
name,
than only one side being
and
able
won
to do that.
$500 in
The
annual
other thing that
supplies.
happens in a
Bunch
geopolitical
of butter with
sense
syrup.
is the era of
What's
the
that?
United States having that MasterCard, as the Secretary of Defense had said, the Royal Straight Flush, that's over with. The window of opportunity, as another advisor had said, this period when the U.S. was the only power, that's over with too. And predictably, the question of how to respond ran the gamut, with even sober humanitarian type scientists trying to figure out if all of a sudden the balance of rational thought had swung towards the idea of, well, now that they are a nuclear power, we should nuke them while we can.
So,
In his book, Prisoner's Dilemma,
what
author
did she
William
do
Poundstone
wrong?
quotes
Can you still
Truman's
buy
science
it?
advisor, a guy named William Golden, who penned a letter where he tried to
Got
imagine
him,
how
boy.
A man from Mars might view the geopolitical situation. In other words, somebody who didn't have any human skin in the game, just from a purely dispassionate outside observer's viewpoint. And he wrote about the Soviets having the bomb now and the way that the U.S. and the rest of the West should respond. And he said, quote, "This brings up the matter of immediate use or threat of use of our weapons. Let us not delude ourselves. To bring about a true international control agreement with Russia, we would have to use them. The consequences would be dreadful indeed, even though I assume that the Russians have so few A-bombs now that they could do little or no damage to the USA, even if they could put them on target. In theory, we should issue an ultimatum and use the bombs against Russia now. For from here on, we inevitably lose ground. And this is true no matter at how much greater a rate we produce, no matter how much more potent weapons. For once Russia is in a position to put A-bombs on our cities, no matter how inefficient those bombs may be, and how few in number, she is in a position to do us unspeakable injury, that we can retaliate 100-fold or wipe out every Russian, will not repair the damage. So a good, though immoral case can be made by the disinterested man from Mars for our shooting at once." End quote. He then goes on to say, "However, we won't do it, of course, no matter what the alternative, because the public would never support it." The last comment is fascinating again, because you're again tempted to see it as some sort of an ethical evolutionary change.
21%.
Would the ancient Bronze Age civilizations have hesitated a minute?
Metal.
I don't know. Of course, if one wanted to look at it in a more cynical way, maybe you just say, no one wants to be living on what will turn into a nuclear battlefield if such a war breaks out. So when your country talks about starting one, or being the first to introduce such a weapon, I think maybe there's just a survival instinct that kicks in, and maybe the people from the Bronze Age would have understood that perfectly. But we come to another one of those moments now. A fork in the road, a decision between maybe what you could call doing things the way we always have for all the right reasons, and acting in a way that would sort of defy your expectations, given human history. It's what do you do now? What do you do if you're the United States and you just had your atomic monopoly destroyed? Human nature and all of human history would say you try to go get another monopoly.
They're also rigid.
You continue work, right? You develop the next system. You regain dominance and superiority in that field. Nobody wants to be the one who's the last person to invent a machine gun or something like that. You can lose a war that way.
Very, very cool with the
The
world.
last nation to get an air force, right?
Fuck yeah. Is he a
But if
big
you're already struggling to try to figure out how to handle,
hamburger?
not having catastrophe strike in a world of atomic weapons, how sort of against the grain from an Einstein or an Oppenheimer viewpoint does it sound to talk about making a super weapon? The super was actually the nickname for the next level in human weaponry development that was already theorized and the work had already begun on. A weapon that would make the atomic bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki look like nothing. Weapons that required a bomb like the bomb used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki as a primer for its main explosion. The guy named Edward Teller is most famous for association with what will be the weapon that makes atomic bombs obsolete. A guy like J. Robert Oppenheimer, of Truman's aides, said was too much of a poet and not enough of a hard-headed realist. But the kind of bomb that a guy like J. Robert Oppenheimer would say is farther than we should go. We should no longer develop more powerful weapons than the ones we have. But think about how much that runs against the grain of human behavior. Could we, if faced with extinction, decide to cap weapons research and development? We will never discover anything more powerful or deadly than this. How do you shut off information like that? How do you keep someone else from developing it? These are the age-old problems that humanity's always had to deal with. And right after the Soviets demonstrate that they too are now an atomic power, Harry Truman has to wrestle once again with all sorts of forces and uncertainties, and he's in a brand new era of human history with no roadmap. This is a guy, by the way, who had been vice president for like 5 minutes when Franklin Roosevelt died, and who had cried saying he wasn't up to the job. He's dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan, ended the Second World War in effect, and now he's called upon to face these kind of pressures. It's crazy. One can only, whether you think he did a good job or not, have some sympathy for the haberdasher from Missouri, which is what this guy was, the artillery captain from the First World War. Truman is not one of the great minds of history, one of the Marcus Aurelius type leaders. He's just a pretty normal human being put in a situation where he literally is making decisions about whether or not we can build stuff to destroy the world with, and whether or not that's a good decision. After the Soviets blow up their first A-bomb, Truman asks for some help and some advisors, and he gets the wise men together. It's not exactly philosopher kings, but it is the physicists who invented the first weapon. A bunch of them anyway, led by the guy Truman's aide thought was too much of a poet, J. Robert Oppenheimer, obviously quoting text from the Bhagavad Gita, so maybe there's a point there. Nonetheless, puts him in a room in October 1949, says, should we develop the next level of weaponry above atomic weapons? And is it possible? And if we did it, would it help? And do we need a Manhattan program for the next super weapon? The one that makes our current super weapon obsolete? When the physicists went in a room, talked about this and issued a report. And the report by the physicists said, don't build this weapon. This weapon, by the way, is something today we call the thermonuclear bomb, or a thermonuclear warhead, a hydrogen bomb. Thousands of times more powerful than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And described by nuclear expert Joseph Sergioni as the equivalent of bringing a literal piece of the sun down onto Earth. There is no upper limit to their power. In the report, Oppenheimer and friends, essentially now 5 years after the atomic bomb was dropped, have a chance to see how humanity's dealing with it, and they've decided maybe, in reading between the lines here, that we haven't evolved enough yet for something like the hydrogen bomb. The report says, quote, we believe a super bomb should never be produced. Mankind would be far better off not to have a demonstration of the feasibility of such a weapon until the present climate of world opinion changes. End quote. Is that code for until we evolve more? They also seem to be suggesting that this is a chance to provide an example on how we can break the patterns of the past because we have to survive. They write, quote, in determining not to proceed to develop the super bomb, we see a unique opportunity of providing by example some limitations on the totality of war, and thus limiting the fear and arousing the hopes of mankind. End quote. There's that poet, Oppenheimer and his rainbow of unicorns coming out again. The people around Truman might say. The great Enrico Fermi and another physicist penned an even more apocalyptic response. They didn't think that the one that I just read to you goes far enough. They wrote this, and I'll quote it in its entirety because it is shocking. They are basically saying, you are inventing weapons that can now do the equivalent of creating giant natural catastrophes. If you turn on, for example, the ability to cause a massive tsunami or something, Fermi and his colleague write, quote, a decision on the proposal that an all-out effort be undertaken for the development of the super cannot, in our opinion, be separated from considerations of broad national policy. A weapon like the super is only an advantage when it energy release is from 100 to 1,000 times greater than that of ordinary atomic bombs. The area of destruction, therefore, would run from 150 to approximately 1,000 square miles or more. Necessarily, such a weapon goes far beyond any military objective and enters the range of very great natural catastrophes. By its very nature, it cannot be confined to a military objective, but becomes a weapon which in practical effect is almost one of genocide. It is clear that the use of such a weapon cannot be justified on any ethical ground, which gives a human being a certain individuality and dignity, even if he happens to be a resident of an enemy country. It is evident to us that this would be the view of peoples in other countries. Its use would put the United States in a bad moral position relative to the peoples of the world. Any post-war situation resulting from such a weapon would leave unresolvable enmities for generations. A desirable peace cannot come from such an inhuman application of force. The post-war problems would dwarf the problems which confront us at present. End quote. That's pretty harsh, and you can say to yourself, well, some of these physicists live in their own unreal world. But David Lilienthal from the Atomic Energy Commission, one of the people who pushed back against the idea of using atomic bombs during the Berlin airlift, wrote in his diary about the way the government was leaning, and it was not in the direction the physicists wanted when he said, quote, "More and better bombs. Where will this lead? It's difficult to see. We keep saying we have no other course. What we should say is we're not bright enough to see any other course." End quote. So you run into the people that give you the old Machiavellian reality, which is we've got to build these bombs because the other side's going to build them too. And the last thing you want to do is be the last person to own the next level of weaponry, which makes total sense given our history. What the physicists are telling us is that everything you learned in your history, everything that's been pasted onto your DNA from thousands of years of human evolution since cities first cropped up is obsolete. And you can either change that standard template, by which you gauge what you should do in any given situation, or you can find yourself a victim of a weapon that makes an atomic bomb look like a conventional bomb. Truman, as usual, had many more pressures weighing on him. David Lilienthal in his diary also records a statement by Senator Brian McMahon, who describes sort of the mood that the American people would have if they found out that the Russians had an H-bomb, but the United States didn't. He said, quote, "Why, a president who didn't approve going ahead on the H-bomb all out would be hanged from a lamppost if the Russians should get it when we hadn't." End quote. Kind of hard to argue with that logic, isn't it? It's the same logic we'd operate with today. And it's hard not to be struck here, isn't it, when you consider the strange divide between the level of the intelligence of the people that were put together to create these superweapons versus the level of intelligence of the people whose decision it will be whether or not to use them. The political class in these democracies and republics, for example, but let's remember, as that statement by that senator points out, how heavily influenced they are by public opinion. And we're living on a knife edge. How these weapons are used and how wise we can be about them. Do you really want that decision devolving down to the average Joe and Jane level? The counter-proposal, by the way, by physicists like Oppenheimer over why you don't need to build this super weapon is that you've reached a maximum threshold when it comes to the power of these weapons to do anything. They offer the idea that you can just use atomic bombs to deter anyone who's got any weapon greater because you don't need anything bigger than that. They may say, we'll drop a hydrogen bomb on your city that's 1,000 times more powerful than your puny A-bomb. Yes, but the puny A-bomb still basically takes out the city. You're trading cities for cities, and what Oppenheimer and those guys were saying is that once you lose a city in this deal, once you're trading city for city, you have the deterrent value you need to stop somebody else from attacking you with any kind of weapon. This is the beginning of the ideas of nuclear deterrence. You begin begin to see the introduction into this debate of a civilian class of intellectuals who become sort of the alternative to the rainbow and unicorn poets like Oppenheimer's approach, where they want us to become different people than we've always been. The other side of that coin is these people who would say, we're not going to change, and it's too hard to change, and the system isn't flexible enough even if we wanted to change, so we're going to have to learn how to live with these weapons as intelligently as we can. And big civilian thinkers started to meet with each other, starting in about 1940, right after the first A-bombs were dropped at the end of the Second World War, and they began to coalesce in groups and meetings at major universities, places like Yale, for example. And these experts would come from a wide range of disciplines, social scientists, political scientists, physicists, of course, but also people like the civilian leaders of agencies. David Lilienthal from the Atomic Energy Commission was there. And they would debate these fundamental questions that simply, had to be answered in this new era. First of all, could you use these weapons? If you used them, did that make ground war and tanks and armies obsolete? What would World War III be like? All kinds of fundamental questions. Now, the problem for these people is that all of this stuff is part of what you normally consider to be the responsibility and the prerogative of the military leaders. Don't tell the general how to use his weapons. That's not your business. You tell me where to do in terms of winning, I'll take care of it. But now the weapons were so powerful that many of the big thinkers out there argued that simply using them had huge political implications. Something you could not delegate to a general on the ground who might think he needed atomic weapons to blow up the entrenchments on that enemy hill, not realizing that he could lose the entire war of global public opinion by doing so, right? In other words, the use of this most powerful weapon had to be in the hands of the supreme leader, whomever that might be. Well, in 1950, that's still Harry Truman, by the way, and in January 1950, after reading the report from Oppenheimer and his fellow scientists saying, don't build the super bomb, Truman decides to build the super bomb. The reasons given, and the people around him have given the reason, they all revolve around the same thing. Again, easily understandable stuff. You can't be outgunned. Truman even mentioned the psychology of it. Even if you believed the idea that Oppenheimer floated, you can just use A-bombs against their H-bombs, the psychological effect on the American people was unacceptable. So it was a standard, understandable response. They're going to get it, so we have to have it. And the way you can kind of reliably test to see if this is something that, if there was such a thing as collective human DNA, for the species as a whole, but it's in there somewhere. Can you imagine humankind saying no to a more powerful weapon system? I'm sure there's groups on the planet, there's peaceful people in that part of the world, they would say no. But as a whole, when you think of the powers at the very height of importance, can you imagine them saying, yes, we know that's a much bigger, more powerful weapon than we have, but we're okay with what we currently possess. We don't need that bigger weapon. If the aliens landed tomorrow and we found out the biggest weapon they had to destroy the galaxy in the blink of an eye was the X-14, there are going to be people on this planet right away that say we have to have an X-14. They'll walk all over us if we don't have one, even if we don't know how to use it, even if it might destroy the galaxy. As long as we have one, they can't just roll all on. They have to take it into account. Right? We become a player. We will not be subject to escalation dominance. Psychologically, it's important for those aliens to know we have an X-14 too. Here's the thing, though. The Truman administration, at the time that he approves going ahead with this hydrogen bomb, still hasn't figured out how to use the great power of the atomic bomb. They're still trying to figure out what you do with that because it's so powerful, and yet now we're going to move ahead with something that's hundreds of times more powerful than that. Truman has taken the pistol out of the hands of that 5-year-old who was trying to figure out what to do with that and handed him a machine gun instead. He still doesn't know what to do with it, but at least it's a lot more powerful. And that's kind of where we are, because in this period between 1945 and 1950, when it's this theoretical period punctuated by lots of scares and near misses and threats and and all that, people are trying to figure out what you can really do with these things. Oppenheimer and his folk had said you don't need anything bigger than an atomic bomb. The problem is during this time period, there is no chance to do what will later be called counterforce, really. Counterforce means using your nuclear weapons against the enemy's military targets. At this stage of development, you are lucky to use them against anything. You use them against big things, cities with people. These are city-destroying weapons, and that's what you use them for in this period. The question, though, that more political minds are asking during this period is, does that get us what we want? I mean, if the thought is that you're going to kill millions and millions of people, you end up with an outcome, in the end, that was better than what you had before. And of course, a really important question during the entire period of the Cold War, and even up to now, is does the other side really think you do that? Remember, there are really, during this period, two kinds of people when it comes to nuclear weapons. The kind who thinks you can use these things and plan to, and the kind who thinks you can't use them. But even those people think that they still make up a part of what you can use to threaten other people. I mean, the best use of this tool, as many theorists during this period thought about it anyway, was that it created something where you could tell someone else, do that or else, or don't do that or else you'll get nuked. Remember, Truman did this several times after the Second World War before 1950. But in April 1950, Truman is presented with a document that will become one of the most important and yet very little known, actually, documents in American history. It's called NSC 68, and it did a lot of things, including pushed forward some of the hydrogen bomb development stuff. But what NSC 68 did, in paragraph after paragraph, is spot the holes in this entire defense strategy. The fact that you basically were relying on a threat, and if the threat were called, you either had to nuke the other side and kill millions of people, or back down. Well, other powers could test that. They could try to find a point underneath the threshold of when you would use these weapons. What if somebody just sort of gobbled up their neighbor a little at a time? When do you nuke them? Allies were worried about this too because they were starting to think that maybe the United States would be willing to use nuclear weapons for themselves and their own protection, but if it was somebody in Europe that they said they'd protect, maybe they don't nuke anyone for that. Maybe they don't kill millions and millions and millions of Russians if the Russians invade West Germany. That kind of thing would make the West Germans nervous, for example. One of the things NSC 68 said is that the risk that they were running right now with their strategy of nuke everything or nothing was, quote, the risk was having no better choice than to capitulate or precipitate a global war, end quote. In other words, they had no flexibility at all. It was nukes or nothing. So NSC 68 becomes this document that advocates a huge increase back to spending on conventional weapons, tanks, planes, naval ships, all the other stuff, but doesn't back off the nuclear stuff either. In other words, whereas before the very choice was between this or that, now it's this and that, and everything more. This becomes the document that begins the giant military buildup in the U.S. and the role as sort of the policeman of the free world that we still live with today. Now, initially, Truman looked at this thing, and we are told by the history books, thought this was going to be horribly expensive, and Truman tended to be fiscally conservative, and he sort of put it on hold and thought about it a little bit, and then in June, on the 25th, actually, 1950, the North Korean communists invaded South Korea. And what that meant was that all of a sudden, and moving very quickly, and hard to get your mind around and react and debate and deliberate, what had initially seemed like it was too much money to spend for Truman, and probably Congress and the American people. I think it was something like a virtual tripling of U.S. defense expenditures. Seemed like a no-brainer. now that all of a sudden, for all intents and purposes, as far as anyone could tell with quickly moving events, the fuse for the Third World War seemed to have been lit. The Korean War, as it's come to be known, is so fascinating and has so many things involved with it that have nothing to do with the great powers that would make a wonderful discussion all by itself. We could really resist going off into too many tangents and try to stay on the focus, which is that it's a completely different sort of challenge than trying to live with these amazingly powerful weapons and the temptation and the fear and the uncertainty that they bring to the table. This new thing in peacetime, even with all the threats and the scares, it's an entirely different matter to try to deal with the temptation and fear and uncertainty involving them in wartime. And let's also remember the very other human elements involved that are operating sort of underneath the scenes here. There are a lot of people who have invested reputations and viewpoints and all sorts of things into the efficacy of these weapons and what you can do with them and what sort of game changers they are. And so now we were going to find out, whether they were right. Were all these pronouncements and positions taken in peacetime going to play out the way the advocates and opponents thought they were going to play out now that we have a real live fire situation going on? And if there was ever a conflict that would tempt a leader to use atomic weapons, the Korean War seems tailor-made for it. Because eventually it will settle down to an almost First World War style, very little movement kind of stalemate. But initially it is an absolute bar brawl where the momentum swings wildly from side to side and there's crises after crises and each side gets into their own trouble. And initially, the North Korean Communist forces with tanks and people that had fought in the Chinese Civil War just swarmed down and started smashing the South Korean forces, driving them south towards the water. And this is going to be a Dunkirk with no place to go, if you catch my meaning. They outnumber them, they have armor, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why it happened. Now, Korea had been just sort of getting the idea of independence down after being occupied by Japan. At the end of the Second World War, the Soviets, occupied the top half of the country, basically. The west, the bottom half of the country, they put in governments that they were friendly with, the communist one in the north and the non-communist one in the south, and then kind of, sort of, looked elsewhere while the whole Berlin thing is playing out. I mean, there's bigger fish to fry. As a matter of fact, when the Korean War breaks out, there's a large contingent of people that thinks that this is just a diversionary feint. Sure, old Joe Stalin does a little move in Korea, the entire free world, moves their military forces there, we get bogged down, and then he invades. A lot of people thought that. The historian John Lewis Gaddis makes a very interesting point, saying that if this hadn't been a World War II style attack with tanks and the whole thing going over the border, basically an open and overt challenge to the post-war idea that we're going to have collective defense and there's never going to be another Hitler and aggressive war is never going to win again. Gaddis says if this attack had been more like the way the Vietnamese were very good at attacking 15 years after this, where they would send in guerrillas and it would be subversive and slow and infiltration, and you never know where the decision points are, that the Americans probably wouldn't have gotten involved at all. But this was a challenge, and somebody had to stand up to it, or at least that's the way it looked to Truman, who was just in the major stages of codifying one of the policies he's most known for instigating, something called containment. There were several different views on how you handle the spread of communism from the domino effect. The one that was eventually part of NSC 68 was called containment. Don't let it spread any farther. There were other more aggressive ones, like rollback, or another one that liberation was what some of the far-right hawks wanted. But containment is what sort of became the policy of the United States. And if that's going to be your policy, even if you thought that just meant you were going to give money and aid and help certain governments, Now you had a situation on your hands where if you didn't act and you didn't act soon, South Korea was going to disappear and it was going to be a fait accompli. It wasn't going to matter what you said. There wasn't going to be two Koreas anymore. You weren't going to be able to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. You know, in like 3 days, the capital of South Korea falls. What are you going to do? And there were so many other things we have to remember were ongoing at this time, the importance of which has faded in the 70 years since. But remember, this is 5 years after the Second World War. These people had begun to think that they had made war illegal, for lack of a better word. They had once again built structures, what they thought were new and improved structures over the last World War structures. The League of Nations proved to be, you know, a toothless tiger, so now we had a new and improved version of it called the United Nations, and this is a real test for the United Nations. Truman involves them, you know, basically right away. They start debating what to do, and as fate would have it, and it never went this way again, the Soviet Union happened to be boycotting the UN at the time, so they were not there. You know, as we all know today, what we would have expected to happen, given our understanding of history, was that when this question of what should we all do about this Korean War thing came to the UN, the Soviet Union, as friends and backers and fellow communists with the North Koreans, would have used their veto, which several members of the UN are on the Security Council permanently in which and have a veto that they can use and often do. The Soviet Union would have vetoed the whole thing, and everything would have been muddled, and there wouldn't have been any unified effort. But because they happened to be boycotting at the time, they couldn't do that. And the U.S., with a bunch of other nations, got an agreement together to go in and save South Korea quickly, and the U.S. and other countries became really a United Nations army, at least in terms of the marketing. I mean, there's a United Nations flag that flew on some of these tanks. It's never been quite this way again. The implication was that all of a sudden you were going to have a global world army that could go in and do things like this. In addition, Truman puts in charge one of the heroes of the Second World War, Douglas MacArthur, right? The guy who so famously in the Pacific said, "I shall return," and then eventually he comes back and he goes, "I have returned." I mean, Eisenhower famously said he studied dramatics for years as a subordinate to MacArthur. So MacArthur's put in charge of these forces. They rushed over from Japan. These are a bunch of guys who've been sitting in Japan enjoying themselves for a few years. They're not exactly crack combat troops when they get there. There's not many of them. And the Air Force comes in and the Navy gets involved. And very quickly you find out that Defense Secretary Louis A. Johnson that said, "We'll never need another amphibious operation. You don't need a Navy," was about as wrong as you could be, because when the Korean War broke out, and within 5 days, the United States is trying to be there on the ground to save South Korea from falling, and they just don't have what they need, straight up. When they get in there, and now it looks like they're going to get defeated with the South Koreans. It's just a terrible situation. It becomes the first moment where you think, God, you know, if you had some really good tactical nuclear weapons during this period, you can see some places where you'd just love to use them, but they don't have that right now. But over and over again, the situation will change. Eventually, there'll be enough forces built up so the UN forces can start pushing back and creating a larger perimeter. And then MacArthur, in maybe the greatest move of his career, lands an amphibious operation in your face, Louis A. Johnson, at Incheon behind the North Korean lines, cuts them off, begins to push back up now towards North Korea. So we've gone from defending South Korea to now moving in and invading North Korea. And there are warnings: be careful, you're approaching China. They might not like that. Even though MacArthur is supposedly finding Chinese dead people when he goes over and looks at what should be North Korean dead people, he tells President Truman, "Don't worry, Chinese aren't going to get involved." And secretly later on, you find out he's not scared of them anyway. So they don't have the logistics. What are they going to do? Blah, blah, blah. Nothing's going to happen. And he continues to move forces closer to their line, and then they whack him with like 200,000, 300,000 guys. Boom. The war changes again, and now the Chinese have entered the conflict. Think of how quickly this escalated from a North Korean, South Korean affair to something where you now had the United States of America and a multitude of its Western allies, the great powers of the West, facing off against Red China on the Asian mainland, backed by the Soviet Union. We started this on June 25th, 1950. Within a couple of days, the U.S. and the West are involved. By September, you have the Incheon landings, and the whole complexion of the war changes. By late October, early November, the Chinese are in it. But not officially. And that becomes part of where you begin to see this evolving into a very post-Second World War form, a form that is largely dictated by the existence and possible use of nuclear weapons. This is when it becomes apparent that to keep this from becoming World War III, all the major powers that would be needed to fight World War III are doing their best to create some plausible deniability so that nobody has to admit this is World War III. And one of the interesting theories out there is that if we don't have nuclear weapons in the world during this time period, maybe there's a decent chance this does turn into World War III. But you can watch Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union, Mao in Red China, and Harry Truman all bending over backwards to be able to tell the world, no, this isn't war. In Truman's case, famously, when the fighting breaks out, and it's the worst since the Second World War, pretty hard to deny what's going on there, isn't war. And the reporter says to the president, he says, President Truman, is this war? Are we at war? And Truman famously says right there, no, we are not at war. And so the reporter counters with something like, so what is this? Is this like a police action? And Truman famously says something to the effect of, yeah, that about sums it up. And forever after, it's been called the police action. As though the proper label on this thing puts a limit on it. It's not just about marketing either. There are real changes. I mean, if Truman calls this anything besides a war, does he have to go to Congress and ask them to declare war? This is another thing that a bunch of modern historians are suggesting was seen by the people around Truman as kind of a quaint relic of a pre-nuclear age. Secretary of State and people like that, not huge fans of, more people being in on the decision-making process, and Truman was able to put troops in harm's way without ever having to ask anyone else's permission. Historian Gary Wills said the decision to intervene in Korea was made amongst Truman and a tiny group of advisors around himself. The reporter asked that question about are we at war, because normally you would know there'd be a big declaration, Congress would do it, and the country would be all in, they'd ramp up for the war effort, they'd use everything in their power, they'd demolish the other side, and they'd come home. But can you do that in the nuclear age? The reason the Korean War is germane to this story is because, well, here's the way historian John Lewis Gaddis explains it, quote, the outbreak of fighting in Korea in June 1950 provided the first hard evidence. The Korean War demonstrated how awkward it would be to use atomic bombs, even in the most desperate military circumstances. From this perspective, they proved to be irrelevant to the outcome of that conflict. But from another perspective, they were of critical importance, for Korea determined how hot wars during the Cold War were to be fought. The rule quickly became that neither the United States nor the Soviet Union would confront the other directly or use all available force. Each would seek instead to confine such confrontation within the theaters in which they had originated. This pattern of tacit cooperation amongst bitter antagonists could hardly have emerged had it not been for the existence on both sides of nuclear weapons. End quote. In order to give them some plausible deniability and basically say, we're not at war with the United States, you don't have a Chinese-American war going on. Mao and the Chinese labeled their hundreds of thousands of Chinese army troops volunteers. As though you almost don't even know what's happening. Well, there's hundreds of thousands of our people in Korea fighting. Well, who knew? And eventually, when the Soviet Union, who kind of deliberately doesn't get involved, they kind of stay away from this instead. You got to be careful, because the Soviet Union and China have signed a pact, a defense pact. So if it looks like China is attacked, automatically the United States is now at war with the Soviet Union too, which the Soviet Union doesn't want either. So they're not getting directly involved. They're staying as far away as they can. And when eventually, almost because they're shamed into it, they have to send send pilots to help, they make the pilots, they paint the planes like they're Chinese volunteer planes. They give them fake names. They tell them if they're captured, you say you're a Russian living in China. They tell them don't fly over water because you might get captured. I mean, the whole thing is a disguise. Now, it's not fooling any of the other countries. This is essentially to be able to say that this is not the kind of war where we need to use nuclear weapons, although the temptations keep coming. I mean, there'll be a point, for example, when 11,000 soldiers, most of them American, in sub-freezing temperatures are surrounded around the Chosin Reservoir. And there are people that will go to President Truman and say, Mr. President, we'd like to use atomic bombs. I keep trying to remind myself that Truman is the first human being to ever have that sort of question put to him, to have that kind of responsibility dropped in his lap. And you can't fake understanding the ramifications because he'd already done it twice. But that's a heck of a thing to put on a human being. And Truman, as I said, didn't just cry when he got the job. He basically said, I'm not a big enough man for it. I'm not a big enough man for it. And yet he's the first man in human history to have this kind of responsibility in his lap. There was a 1952 article in Fortune magazine where a writer I like named Donovan did something which I think is really cool, where he zoomed out sort of and imagined how women's power at this stage in world history would have been viewed. And we've been looking at it from 500 years ago or something. If we were treating it like we would treat the Carolingian Empire, the Byzantine Empire, or something in your history books, right? Because we tend to treat modern history totally differently. We look at it through a totally different lens. Donovan's article puts this in terms that we can recognize if we were talking about events from 1,000 years ago. And he writes, a Californian named Robert Carney now commands the greatest striking power in the Mediterranean world, the seat of the classic empires of Alexander and Caesar Augustus. Admiral Carney directs all NATO forces in southern Europe and the U.S. Sixth Fleet. In northern and western Europe, the old realms of Charlemagne and Napoleon, extraordinary military and political influence is held by a Kansas man, Dwight David Eisenhower. In Korea, the bridge and battlefield of half a dozen Oriental imperialisms, the largest Western army ever lodged on the Asiatic mainland, is led by Matthew Ridgway from Virginia. All of these officers are answerable, of course, he writes, to a native of Independence, Missouri. If the President of the U.S. were ever tempted to think of himself as Emperor Harry I, there is no evidence that he has been. He could look about the world with considerable personal satisfaction. End quote. And yet several times in this war he will be asked to unleash the sort of hell that none of the people who ran those earlier empires could ever dream of being able to inflict. And it's noteworthy that he turns them down essentially every time. This is kind of a great, interesting psychological question to which there is no clear answer, but there are lots of speculations, as I said, as to why Truman doesn't drop this bomb. If it's going to help him out of this jam, and he's got a lot of political pressure at home, why doesn't he do it? Well, this becomes another place in history where it depends on who you believe. Now, as a fan of history, I simply read all of these different ones, and I try to pick the ones in my head which I think are the most, logical or make the most sense. But oftentimes, they all kind of have a good point. I mean, in How to Win a Nuclear War, Michio Kaku and Daniel Axelrod, amongst other people, suggest that the reason Truman didn't use nuclear weapons in Korea was because he didn't have any extras. To people who subscribe to that theory, the reason isn't moral at all. It's simply that the surplus doesn't exist. And if this really is a feint, and the Soviet Union's just trying to get all our attention over to Asia, and then they're going to attack in Europe, you're going to want all 300 or 400 atomic bombs in your stockpile. So that's one attitude out there. There's another view that they're particularly unsuited to this kind of warfare where you have these individual Chinese peasant-type infantrymen carrying all they need on their backs over the hills and scattered numbers. I mean, nuclear weapons not really set up for that. There's another school of thought that you're afraid of using them and having them not be as scary as everyone thinks they might be. Maybe Hiroshima and Nagasaki were the best place to demonstrate them in terms of scaring people. The most effective conditions you could use them under, maybe anything else might be underwhelming, so they're scarier if you don't use them. There's all sorts of theories. But I can't help but notice a certain pattern. And that's that if you look at the first three U.S. presidents that had to grapple with this amazing amount of power, they have often had to do so at odds with their military advisors on several occasions. Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, they all will have their advisors saying, we think you should use these things. And they will all say no. It's fascinating to think about that. And again, one is forced to confront our past and ask if this is how we would have behaved in earlier generations, or earlier human eras in the same circumstance, or whether or not this is indicative of some sort of evolution or growth. And if it is growth, is it ethical growth? Are these people becoming more ethical than the people of the past, or is it intellectual growth? Are we becoming intelligent enough to manage these unbelievably sophisticated and dangerous weapons? I can't answer that, but I can say one thing for sure. It's on a collision course, and you don't have to be a genius to see that, with the principal way that the experts fight wars. Remember, Truman is trying to adapt to this new atomic age. He's got generals in charge of forces fighting complicated wars on a nuclear booby-trapped geopolitical chessboard who were born in the 1800s. Not want to worry about which chess pieces he wants to use on this nuclear booby-trapped chessboard, or what squares he can and can't move to. He's used to having a free hand, and he and Truman clash over what he can do. Truman is creating something that will be known as limited war, whether he knows it or not during this time period. The general that he personally put in charge of all these forces, and they're not just American forces, there's Australians, there's Turks, there's Brits. I mean, it is a multinational UN force headed up by this guy Truman put into place, and a guy who has famously said, and will during this entire crisis in war, there is no substitute for victory. When I was a kid, it was widely thought that Douglas MacArthur wanted the power to use atomic weapons himself against his adversaries in Korea, and Truman wouldn't let him. But none of the modern histories seem to think so. They point out that he didn't want to use nuclear weapons, but he did want to be able to fight the war in Korea the same way he fought every other conventional war, with the standards and the attitudes towards victory that he was accustomed to using. The problem was is if he did those things, he would cause the Third World War to break out, most likely. If you're Truman and you're playing this knife-edge, dangerous game, it's way too much of a gamble. MacArthur didn't want any rules telling him what he couldn't do to fight a war and win. And when he said this enough publicly that he disagreed with the president's policy to the media, he had to go. And, you know, once again, when you think about the bravery involved here with Truman, not a Truman fan particularly, but his poll numbers were much lower than Douglas MacArthur's. Douglas MacArthur was a hero to a lot of people, and there were a lot of people that just plain didn't like Harry Truman. After he fires MacArthur, MacArthur comes home, and 500,000 people come out to give him a ticker tape parade. Most of the newspapers come out for MacArthur. I mean, if you're Harry Truman, you just made the biggest negative move of your entire presidency, and it took an amazing amount of guts, and you paid forever for it. Probably cost you another term. And it was the right decision. You can say in hindsight, because MacArthur had been allowed to do what he wanted. After the World War had broken out. Imagine how different our history is today.
Reporter at the Washington Post. Thank you very much for joining us.
I mean, all you have to do is look at what the plans were, right? Or the assumptions of what the plans were in some cases. Western military leaders assumed that the Red Army would simply launch attacks across from their bases in Eastern Europe into Western Europe and roll all the way to the Atlantic. Think about the destruction that entails right there. U.S. plans involve the use of this most dangerous of all human weapons ever invented. No, not the nuclear bomb, because remember, that's a component in a weapons system. You still had to be able to deliver the bomb. This was the problem the Soviets had during this period. They may have had like 10, maybe 20 of these bombs. They didn't have an adequate delivery system. They had no strategic air force. They didn't have a way to bomb anybody yet. They were working on it, but it wasn't a real threat. The real threat was that the Red Army would just crush all opposition all the way to the ocean. The U.S., however, would unleash Strategic Air Command, who had a bevy of different plans that they had on paper, and variants of every plan. They had plans like shakedown and off-tackle and all these kinds of things. But what these plans had in common was a massive atomic blitz, using about 2/3 of the atomic weapons in the stockpile right away, the same day, actually, in most cases. And then keeping about 1/3 in reserve to go rebomb places that needed rebombing. During the period we're talking about here, it's something like 200 bombs, maybe 300 bombs. Maybe on 20, 30, 40 Soviet cities, a bunch of these cities to be bombed multiple times. It's millions and millions of people, though, any way you look at it. And you wonder what the history books would look like today with the photos and accounts of the survivors of, let's just say, 35 Russian cities after they had been bombed on the same day in the world's first atomic war. Like Hiroshima or Nagasaki on steroids, I guess. And, I've often felt that, especially my own people, Americans, but maybe a lot of other people too, don't look carefully enough at what these weapons do, because there are overtones that people tend to push away because we're human. In the United States, when you talk to people about the atomic bombs in Japan, there's a defensiveness that often comes up because they assume you're trying to heap some sort of guilt on them, and they will get defensive and point out the things the Japanese did or many of the other elements involved. And what the conversation about atomic and nuclear bombing usually break down towards, and it keeps us from examining the most important part of the story, though, not the past part that can't be changed, but the future part that needs to be understood when we are talking about doing things that might lead to the kind of outcomes we've only seen a couple of times before, and those outcomes are so important. I'm struck by the fact that even people who were living through them at the time and trying to survive realized that they were essentially guinea pigs of a new age and tried to write things down so we could benefit from it today. But in order to benefit, we have to look at it. History makes you look at things. There's a part of me that thinks there'd be something beneficial to walking a lot of people around the death camps after the Second World War where people were exterminated, just to remind them. History forces you to look at these things and realize that this isn't just some weird occurrence one time. This is what happens periodically. These are the stakes. Be aware of them and know what can happen. There was a diary kept by an amazing doctor at Hiroshima, a guy named Dr. Michihiko Hachiya. And in his diary, first of all, he's a survivor of the Hiroshima bomb. But then he goes on to the nearest hospital and begins treating people. One of the things that's so terrible about these weapons is because they create an almost natural disaster, the first responders and the people that have to help all the damaged people are themselves victims. And their facilities are part of what's damaged. So you compound a difficult situation by killing all the doctors and nurses and destroying the hospitals at the same time. But in a move that just shows how sometimes, like in this case, it's scientists, but there are other peoples and professions also. In this case, this Japanese scientist realizes as soon as he's not having people literally dying at his feet, it's like 4 days later or something,
He
tells the other doctors that we have to start writing stuff down. The data is going to be really important to people in the future because there hasn't been many people who've lived through this yet. In other words, this guy was already thinking beyond the war to posterity and knowing that actual data on live subjects in real world conditions will be rare and important for the future. He puts that in his diary. I found that amazing and heartwarming, but it doesn't help us if we don't use it. So you have to look at this stuff straight in the face and then say, when you're talking about nuclear war, you're talking about this, and you're not talking about it happening to some foreign people you don't know. You simply have to put the faces of your own friends and family on the victims and imagine that instead. Hiroshima survivor Asima Koshi was in the bathroom when the Hiroshima bomb went off and the bathroom collapsed around her. She finally got out with the help of someone else and found her sister dreadfully injured, mostly from the heat of these bombs. That's one thing they had that the regular conventional bombs did. They were supposed to flash. Some people described it like a bluish white, like a flashbulb flash, and it would burn you. Like the worst sunburn all the way to the bone you've ever seen. But funnily enough, it was so quick that if you had clothing on, especially light clothing, you could be perfectly protected under the clothing and your skin falling off everywhere else. This woman describes getting out of this bathroom after it collapsed around her. What happened next? And remember, this could be your wife or your mother or your sister or your daughter. Quote, looking around for my sister, I saw her lying sprawled in the corridor, the right side of her body covered with terrible burns. She had probably been washing her hands, with her right hand stretched over the wash basin when caught by the searing heat. I put my sister on my back and fled barefoot to Hajihima Park. Her face was festering from her burns and her right eye was hanging out. I pushed the eye back into its socket and tried to use a gauze mask to hold it into place, but her ear had melted away, and there was nothing to attach the mask to. Her mouth was twisted to the right, and she could do no more than whimper for water, only the first syllable of the word emerging distinctly. On reaching Hijiyama Park, I laid my sister down on the ground and set off to search for my children. The fires were still burning fiercely. In a streetcar that had been burned bright red, surrounded by people already killed by the fire, I saw a woman still holding on to a strap and calling for help. The intense heat prevented me from approaching her, however. There was nothing I could do. To a man sitting on some stone steps, I said, "Come on, let's get away from here," and pulled him up by the hand. But as I did so, the skin came away from his hand and he fell slowly to the ground. I could see his shadow imprinted clearly on the wall behind him where he had been sitting. Many people called out to me for help or water. Unburned because of having been in the lavatory, I could only bring my hands together and apologize to the people I passed as I searched for some sign of my children. As it turned out, none of those who left that morning ever came home again. Not my 5 children, my grandfather, my sister Michiko, or my cousin. Not a bone remained for me to find and treasure. Our house burned down so that I had not even a photograph to remember them by. My sister Hisako drew her last breath 4 days later on the evening of August 10th in agony from her massive injuries. I will never forget the expression on her face when I tried to give her a drop of water. I was alone. End quote. It's not meant to be a tearjerker. That's meant to be an example that you multiply by the number of people who are involved in these catastrophes if they happen. When you think about what people are afraid of, understand that this is a science fiction dystopian type of nightmare story until it comes true. And in this era, the possibility of it coming true at times appears to be about the same chance. You're going to get a heads or a tail when you flip a coin. And another interesting study into the human condition can be made if you ask about the kind of people who advocate this as a viable and useful strategy. Because you might say to yourself, well, who would do this, who would plan for this, who could sit down and actually say, no, this is what we're going to do if the imminent Third World War happens, and it will, so this is what we'll do. Who does that? You have to say, well, some kind of mass murderer, right? Wants to kill people. But that's not how people that do these things see it. They have what two people on the far other side, the rainbows and unicorns Oppenheimer poet side, think is an abhorrent way of viewing things. But there are a lot of people here that are making calculations about relative disasters. You'll see this later on too when you get these people at these think tanks that will say, that they're trying to reduce the number of dead in nuclear war from 40 million to 20 million, and other people think that simply even trying to do that is morally reprehensible. We should be talking about having no millions die, right? But if you read the accounts of people like Curtis LeMay, the very famous leader of Strategic Air Command, the one who will be turned into a stock character in the 1960s movies and whatnot, Dr. Strangelove, Failsafe, they all have a Curtis LeMay type of cigar-chomping Air Force guy. LeMay's attitude was one that you saw amongst a lot of generals, and especially these First and Second World War people, who saw the major nasty part of modern war as being its length. And because the casualties mounted every day like a meat grinder, anything you could do to shut that down and limit the length of time the war went on was humanitarian by its very nature, even if what it took to do that was a shocking amount of violence in a very short time to shock everybody into peace. LeMay did not like what was going on in the Korean War. He wanted to unleash his heavy bombers as he had over Japan in the Second World War, and he testified afterwards that it would have been, putting words into his mouth, the more humanitarian approach. This is the philosophy of strategic bombers, and believe it or not, it's based on humanitarian ethics. And just to show you how ingrained it is not ironic when they name nuclear weapons delivery systems, as they've done more than once, with names like Peacemaker and Peacekeeper, the new bomber that will carry out these nuclear destructions of places like the Soviet Union. If it happens in 1950 and 1951, is the brand new B-36 bomber, which is nicknamed the Peacemaker. LeMay said about the all-out bombing campaign that they didn't do at the beginning of the Korean War, quote, "So we go on and don't do it, and let the war go on. Over a period of 3.5 or 4 years, we did burn down every town in North Korea and every town in South Korea, and what? Killed off 20% of the Korean population? What I'm trying to say is, if once you make a decision to use military force to solve your problem, then you ought to use it, and use an overwhelming military force. Use too much, and deliberately use too much, so that you don't make an error on the other side, and not quite have enough, and you roll over everything to start with, and you close it down just like that, and you save resources, you save lives, not only your own, but the enemy's too, and the recovery is quicker, and everybody's back to peaceful existence, hopefully in a shorter period of time." End quote. So when you wonder about the kind of people that could carry out these kinds of war aims, which may sound apocalyptic to you, these are people flying planes called peacemakers who firmly believe that their way of war will end up being more beneficial to everybody in the end. It's a similar point of view to Douglas MacArthur. It's the traditional, modern 20th century military point of view. Total war saves lives. Limited war prolongs the nastiness. But once again, American presidents, heads of the Soviet Union and China, the heads of the Western NATO countries, they have a lot of things to worry about besides this idea of total victory. Take, for example, the idea that perhaps a total or even partial defeat in an atomic war might have been something in the back of their heads. Nonetheless, the way the Korean War ends up is something that either side of that total war versus limited war debate could probably use as ammunition in their discussion. Friends of Harry Truman might say, listen, by middle of 1951, both sides are at the armistice table talking and working out a deal. To which the friends of Curtis LeMay and Douglas MacArthur might counter by saying, yes, but the talks will go on for 2 years, and soldiers will die on both sides the entire time. To which the Harry Truman supporters could then reply, yes, but we didn't get World War III. Boom, game over. What do you say to that? Yes, the situation in Korea was a nightmare. Lots of casualties, lots of dead, lots of civilians. I mean, bad all the way around, but it wasn't nuclear war. Presidents are often forced into making lesser of two evil choices. In this case, it's got to be pretty darn bad of an outcome for nuclear war to not be the greater evil. And in 1952, the greater evil is getting worse. I think you have to say that Harry Truman deserves a lot of credit for getting us out of his entire terms in office without us ending up bombing Italy with nuclear weapons after the Second World War ended. Because I think it was a flip of a coin whether or not we did that. Remember, all he would have had to have done is listen to some of his military advisors, and he would have. As Truman's term in office winds down, you can see that it's easy to say that if the world is playing a three-dimensional geopolitical game of nuclear chess, they're playing by the rules laid down by Truman. And let's be honest, the people that he was playing nuclear chess with, also Joseph Stalin and the Soviets, it was a takes two to tango situation. And between the two major sides, things are hammered out. And there's input from Europeans and third world nations. I mean, this is a global effort to cobble together a way to deal with what is becoming an ever-increasing threat, and a threat that is moving so quickly that the sheer speed of technological change is one of the most destabilizing parts of the entire equation. At what point do you get used to this? I mean, we've been pondering the question about whether humans can adapt to their weapons technology. But let's remember that once upon a time, people didn't have to adapt this quickly. Throughout most of human history, the pace of change was much less quick than it is today. If you could take 1950s atomic technology, give it to the ancient Egyptians, and say, this isn't going to change very much for the next 15 generations. Take some time to figure it out. Does the extra time they get help them do it? Or, I mean, is just thinking of ancient Egyptians with nuclear technology too weird to even contemplate? The point is that, I try to, again, remember who these people are. Truman is a grandfather, surrounded by other grandfathers. You ever had to help your grandfather with tech stuff? Right? This is a guy who is sitting there listening to different nuclear physicists describe the pros and cons of different ideas and pushing different points of view, and he has to decide which one he agrees with. Why do I have an image of him having to call his kid in college to come home and help him figure out where to turn the nuclear bomb off? I can't find that button. Truman kind of looks like the tweener president from the non-specialist technical era to the one where you have to referee competing arguments between physicists like Oppenheimer and Teller. Requires a different kind of mind, a different kind of approach, and maybe a different kind of background. As I said, I feel kind of lucky we got out of that era intact, but when you look at the last year of Truman's presidency, 1952, you can see the tsunami of danger is mounting in the distance, and it's hard to have confidence that the haberdasher from Independence, Missouri, who's already exceeded expectations, in his flexibility in an atomic world, hard to see him flexible enough to deal with some of the things 1952 brings on. I mean, for example, here's a guy whose advisors and administration helped craft, as we said, the rules for how you play this global chess match. But it's always been a two-player game. And in October 1952, the United Kingdom explodes their first atomic bomb. Now they're in the nuclear club. Now it's a more than two-person game. That'll change your dynamics. Especially when the part that really bothers everybody about the UK test becomes clear, which is that they won't be the last power to join the nuclear club. In a few years, are you going to have 10, 15, 20 powers with atomic bombs? So in order now for humans to adapt to this new weapon, they now have to adapt to more people having it. So the dynamics get much more complex. Now you add to that the change in the power of the weaponry.
The show is for all of
Less than a month after the United Kingdom demonstrates their atomic power, the United States demonstrates that they have the technology and it works to build the super bomb.
not everybody listens to it.
They actually exploded only a couple of days before the U.S. presidential election.
There's truth that change.
And the power of the
Kind
bomb
of based on
is stunning, truly paradigm shifting.
50-cent word here. Postmodernistic.
The test occurs on an island in the Pacific.
Permeate every
When
part
it explodes,
what that means.
there's a fireball more than 3 miles wide.
To not believe
There's lightning crackling inside it.
and it starts in
The
little
craters
ways,
more than
ways
6,000
that,
feet
are
in
not
diameter, the holes more than 150 feet
or
deep.
big decisions or life as we know it.
It's somewhere between 400 and 500 times more than either of the bombs that were dropped in the Second World War. 400 to 500 times more powerful.
Basketball is young tight. And
And what's kind of interesting about this period compared to our own is how much of this weapons development is psychological.
there is no
Again, to have a psychological edge on your opponent, to be able to use things like deterrence effectively. Everyone had to know you had these weapons. And so today you would imagine governments wouldn't even tell anybody about any of this stuff. But the United States announced these things. We have this weapon now, we have that weapon, because that was important to its ability to be used. The problem with something like the thermonuclear weapons, the hydrogen bomb, is that they're so powerful now that they're in effect working against the idea that you can use them for deterrence, right? The bigger they get, the less willing your enemy or adversary is to think you'll use it. Joseph Stalin is quoted as saying that he thinks, in Pravda, he said that the public opinion and the peace movement around the world will rein their governments in. No one's going to use a megaton, powerful weapon on us because world opinion won't stand for it. And there's some truth to that. But if you're the military and you want to use these weapons, or you're the intellectuals and the political associates of the president, and you want your deterrence to still bite and work, how do you deal with that dynamic, right? That the weapons are so powerful, no one believes you'll use them. You make smaller versions of them. It's a decent argument to ask whether the most destabilizing effect of inventions from 1952, you can make an argument for all three. Is it nuclear proliferation starting? Is it the invention of the hydrogen bomb? Or is it the beginning of the revolution that we call today tactical nuclear weapons or battlefield nuclear weapons? And the funny thing about it is that some of the people who worked on it, Oppenheimer got roped into this, thought he was doing a good to create smaller weapons, because if I create smaller nuclear weapons, the military will be tempted to use the bigger ones. Turned out he was wrong about that. He had a famous quote, though, when he years later tried to explain his thinking, and he said, to understand where I was then, you would have had to have seen the Air Force's war plan for 1951. He says this was the most goddamnedest thing I ever saw. So it scared him so much, 500, atomic bombs dropped on Russia, that he thought, I'll give them something they can use instead of those. It turned out, as most thinkers assume today, that tactical nuclear weapons open up the door dangerously to an escalation very quickly to the very big bombs that Oppenheimer hoped would never be used because you'd have the smaller bombs instead. Honest mistake, though. We're in new territory here, technologically speaking, aren't we? Another reason maybe you don't want Truman running the show. He's done about as well as maybe you could hope for. So the guy who wins the presidency in 1952 is a very interesting choice for this era. And I think more and more historians are realizing it now. When I was a kid, I had kind of a different view of General, and now in November 1952, President-elect Dwight David Eisenhower. It's interesting. I saw a couple of historians I was reading were speculating. It's not far off from a decent speculation, maybe, that partly what the United States was going for here in terms of victory was they had just had a president and a general sort of disagreeing about how you fight this war in Korea and all these questions about nuclear weapons and this whole new world and everything. What if you just got a person with military experience, put them in the top job, and then when the general is arguing with the president's a general too? There were some people who speculate that Dwight Eisenhower was kind of feeling like he stepped down in terms of responsibility when he took the American presidency for a job because he was coming down from like commander of NATO. He was the general of the West, as one writer I was reading called it, the general of the West. Now he's just merely the president of the United States. But Eisenhower's an interesting guy. His administration, by the way, will follow a lot of the same cycles that the Truman one did, and the administration after him will too. In part because they'll find that they have a lot of the same pressures and disincentives and incentives working on them that the previous administration also did. And you often try to adopt the obvious solution in those cases, which each one did successfully. So, as we said, the Truman administration seems to have established a pattern that will be followed by subsequent administrations. In Eisenhower's case, though, a bunch of things happened basically right at the beginning of the Eisenhower administration that completely upset the geopolitical chessboard in ways that give him, well, both opportunities and dangers that Truman never had to face. Start with the fact that pretty much right after Eisenhower actually takes office, January 20th, 1953, Joseph Stalin dies, March 5th, 1953. And he doesn't die like a long, slow, lingering death where Russia has lots of time to prepare and the Soviets have lots of time to prepare for what you're going to do afterwards. He has like a stroke or something. So it's here today, gone tomorrow, or here today, on my way to going very soon. But what the hell happens in the Soviet Union if there's no Joseph Stalin? This guy's been running the show personally so long in that country that there's a logical question that happens, and it happens right when Stalin, debilitated and immobile and paralyzed from the stroke in urine-soaked pajamas, lay on his floor, unable to communicate. His underlings are outside his room, outside the door talking, going, what do we do? There is no logical successor to Joseph Stalin. There was no organized system that dictated, well, here's your vice premier who takes over. Once upon a time, all that stuff had been around. Stalin had come up in a system with lots of brilliant intellectuals and people from the original revolution, people like Lenin and all those other great people. Stalin killed a lot of those people on his way to power. And for more than 20 years, he could easily say the same thing that Louis XIV, the French king, famously said about his relationship to the country. Louis XIV said, I am the state. The state is me. And Joseph Stalin could have been the poster boy that came up when you Googled the phrase cult of personality. As a matter of fact, one of his successors will call it just that. And yet the problem is that this guy's personality was completely infused on his country. A country, by the way, as we've pointed out before, badly traumatized by a surprise attack in the Second World War. You add to that the Stalin view of communism, which is also paranoid, which, again, maybe just finely tuned self-defense and work here instead, but that the non-communist powers were going to try to take you over. Add to that you'd already been surprise attacked. Add to that you're a paranoid dictator type anyway. And isn't it interesting that is all infused on the player that the historical roll of the dice just manages to give the free world when you have your first ever nuclear chess match? Who do you play? Joseph Stalin. It's going to be a little Machiavellian, right? You're not going to be all peace, love, poets, and Robert Oppenheimer when you're playing the guy. And by the way, I've got quite a few books on the Soviet side of this story. And the problem with the Soviet side of the story is that, once again, it's all Stalin, and you can't figure the guy out. So you're taking public statements and this and that. But the question that was put to several people like Andrei Sakharov and others that had been involved in the Soviet nuclear program is, what if the U.S. had gone the whole, full force Robert Oppenheimer ban this stuff route? What would the Soviets and Joseph Stalin have done? And to a man, they all say, oh, he would have been seen as weakness. Stalin would have pushed forward with his weapons program. First of all, he wouldn't have believed it. He would have thought that. Anyway, in other words, if the U.S. and Britain and NATO and all of them had gone into a Robert Oppenheimer dream mode, that would not necessarily have had any sort of real reciprocation from the other side, because the other side was Joseph Stalin. And As of March 6th, 1953, for the first time in the nuclear age, it's not. Truman never had the opportunity to deal with anyone else. When Stalin dies, new things happen. The world changes a little bit, and Eisenhower has a chance, for example, to come out with a proposal that's known as the Atoms for Peace proposal. Now, I have to make a disclaimer here. Nothing can be trusted from this era. Nothing. We alluded to this earlier. For example, these presidents from Truman to Eisenhower, they will all have two faces to them. And I don't know which one is real. They will have one face where they will say, you can never use these weapons. I mean, Eisenhower famously said you couldn't have a nuclear war. There aren't enough bulldozers to scoop up the bodies from the streets. And yet, you'll have other states where they, will say they do not ever question our willingness to use these weapons. So you have to say it for deterrence to work, but did they secretly believe that you couldn't use these weapons, or is it the opposite? Some of these depends on how cynical you are as a writer, but some of these writers and historians will say, no, the plan the entire time was to nuke everything, but you just can't say that in public. So you get up there and have an Atoms for Peace program where you talk about working together to ban these terrible weapons. I will say this, I can't imagine our leaders today having something like Eisenhower's speech to the United Nations, where he, in 1953, laid the whole situation out. Now, whether this is some sort of cynical geopolitical move, that's a public relations ploy, or whether he's serious, and it's hard to know. Eisenhower was a deep and interesting and complex character. But everything that we've been talking about in this program is stuff we know now. The people in the time period are just as whiplashed by technology as Harry Truman was. And in 1953, Eisenhower, remember, this is right after the hydrogen bomb concept is proven, lays out the stakes to a bunch of people who maybe didn't realize exactly how threatened they were.
I feel impelled to speak today in a language that, in a sense, is new. One which I, who have spent so much of my life in the military profession, would have preferred never to use. That new language is the language of atomic warfare. The atomic age has moved forward at such a pace that every citizen of the world should have some comprehension, at least in comparative terms, of the extent of this development, of the utmost significance to every one of us. Clearly, if the peoples of the world are to conduct an intelligent search for peace, they must be armed with the significant facts of today's existence. My recital of atomic danger and power is necessarily stated in United States first, for these are the only incontrovertible facts that I know. I need hardly point out to this assembly, however, that this subject is not merely national in character. On July 16, 1945, the United States set off the world's first atomic explosion. Since that date, in 1945, the United States of America has conducted 42 test explosions. Atomic bombs today are more than 25 times as powerful with which the atomic age dawned. Weapons are in the ranges of millions of tons of TNT equivalent. Today, the United States stockpile of atomic weapons, which of course increases daily, exceeds by many times the total equivalent of the total of all bombs and all shells that came from every place and every gun in every theater of war in all of the years of World War II. A single air group, whether afloat or land-based, can now deliver to any reachable target a destructive cargo, exceeding in power all the bombs that fell on Britain in the fall of World War II.
That's from the famous Atoms for Peace speech. Eisenhower, like Truman before him, will evoke the specter of the world's great cities lying in ruins, the cultural achievements of the past of thousands of years of work to build up to, destroyed, mankind having to arise from the ashes of a radiated and destroyed civilization, just in case you were unaware of the stakes. But there are so many different ways you can view people, right? We all understand that. Modern history and close to modern history makes it the most apparent because you can find statements from all these people contradicting themselves. They'll have private statements versus public statements, diaries that they write in that they assume will someday be published versus secret diaries that they never want anyone else to see. What is PR versus what is behind the scenes? I mean, when Harry Truman talks about the terrible things these nuclear weapons can do, he's the same guy that gave the go-ahead to make them. When Eisenhower gives these speeches about these existential dangers mankind faces, he is at the same time solving a budgetary problem by deciding to rely on a strategy with nuclear weapons that will be known as massive retaliation. So which Eisenhower do you buy, or is it some sort of blend of the two? And listen, as I said, good luck getting to the core of any of these public figures. They're so multi-layered that to know you actually had what they really believed, that'd be tough to do in any time period. Add to that the fact that, as we all know, when history compresses these human beings into one-dimensional figures, you lose so much of the nuance. I mean, imagine if you made it into the history books 100 years from now, how much your life would be compressed into a few bullet points. And did that sort of really give the true picture of you? Even Robert Oppenheimer, Dean Acheson's too much of a poet, wasn't always too much of a poet. He was often opposed to nuclear weapons, but not always. Sometimes his opposition was moral, but sometimes it was technical. And sometimes he saw good applications for nuclear power and weapons. So he's been turned into an archetype by history as well, even by me. So let's bear all that in mind. And even with all that said, Eisenhower is unusually confusing and misleading on purpose. In his book, Ike's Bluff, author Evan Thomas weaves in Eisenhower's near addiction to strategy card games and draws that into Eisenhower's conduct of world affairs and how he handled the various cards in his hand, if you will, and dealt with the uncertainties involved in other people's hands. He was, I guess, a huge poker player, but an even bigger bridge player, and bridge, I guess, is played by all sorts of generals, politicians, and strategists. They feel that it better represents the great geopolitical game than chess does, because in chess you can see all the pieces openly, whereas in a card game, your hand is known only to you. The adversaries have their hand secret. You don't know what's in the deck. You have to do a lot of bluffing. This is where Eisenhower's deliberate opaqueness and confusion and misleading nature and ability to bluff his way into various situations seem to correspond to being a master bridge player. I mean, if you're going to have somebody sit in a chair to represent your side in this historical, psychological game of strategy and uncertainty for the very highest of stakes, don't you want a gamer? And it sounds like, when you're talking strategy games, Eisenhower was one, and he was good. He's got a new opponent, as we said, and you've got to be breathing a sigh of relief, because facing Joseph Stalin in the octagon at that game when he really didn't even have nuclear weapons. Imagine him during the 1950s when he really did get the ability to just start striking the U.S. Well, perish the thought. He's gone, though. Replacing him in the chair is one of his subordinates. And it's a fascinating guy to be playing against during this era, because now you have the general of the West. Finally, the West gets in there with one of these heavyweight candidates. Okay, bring on your best shot. And their best shot is a guy named Nikita Khrushchev, who I love. Nikita Khrushchev is one of the great success stories you're ever going to find. It's like forget the Abe Lincoln log cabin story. I mean, it's Nikita Khrushchev was born a peasant. The only reason that he finally is running one of the two great superpowers in this era is because of the Soviet communist revolution, the Bolshevik revolution that topples the Tsar before the First World War is over and totally upends that society and puts people in power and authority who were mucking the manure out of the barn when they were teenagers. Nikita Khrushchev is a peasant's peasant. He uses all the terminology. He'll be at the big meetings with and he's always using these peasant sayings that are supposed to be deeply philosophical, and no one else in the room has any idea what they mean. That's who this guy was. So the United States had the haberdasher from Missouri running the nuclear arsenal for a while and trying to adjust. The Soviet Union's about to gain the kind of power where maybe they could begin to actually, as opposed to theoretically, threaten the United States with atomic weaponry, and that gets given to a guy who was born a peasant, and he's just fascinating. I mean, this is a man who's got a huge challenge ahead of him, and we certainly in the West never understood that this was all going on, and it's still not well understood, including by me, maybe least of all by me. But Khrushchev was part of a group that comes to power in the Soviet Union, intent on, perhaps you could say, guiding that state to a soft landing from Stalinism. This was not some consensus, though, and there were powerful entities in that state vying for leadership also that adhered much more closely to the old Stalin line. Professor David Holloway, in his excellent book Stalin and the Bomb, talks about how it was really the pressures caused by the reality of nuclear war that forced some of these leaders to take a different look at even their orthodox communist, in the sense very Bolshevik and very Stalinist view of, the entire world, reality. Because Professor Holloway says that it was Stalin's conviction, and it was connected to his views on Marxism and the inevitability of a war between imperialists and the communist states, that within 10 to 20 years, World War III was coming. And of course, as everyone was awakening to, World War III was going to mean nuclear weapons, it was going to mean devastation. The 1955 war plan that the U.S. had commissioned to check out how many people would die if the U.S. carried out their proposed strikes against the Soviet Union. When World War III broke out, the number came back to be 60 million. And a decent number of those people coming from the countries like Poland and Hungary and all those places that were sort of under the thumb of the Soviets. So how do you even justify that, right? Sorry, you're a captive person right now, but we're going to nuke you in order to free you up eventually. Burn down your village in order to save it. But Holloway talks about Khrushchev and his group getting power and beginning to talk about things that are famous in the history books like peaceful coexistence. This violated Stalin's view, Holloway says, of the inevitable war that was coming. Because if the inevitable war that's coming is Armageddon, well, that'll mess up your long-term planning, won't it? Holloway writes this about Khrushchev and his people trying to walk back communist ideology in order to prevent it from inevitably running into global thermonuclear war. He writes, quote, "By asserting that capitalism and socialism could coexist for a long time, the new leaders of the Soviet Union were rejecting Stalin's vision of another world war within 15 to 20 years of the end of World War II. Peaceful coexistence, in quotation marks, was defined as the alternative to nuclear war, as the policy that had to be followed if nuclear war was to be avoided. End quote. Holloway then tells a story that Khrushchev had told about meeting the much more hardliner Mao, the leader of China, and Mao is still talking in terms of the soon-to-come all-out war against the capitalists, and Khrushchev already seems to be now have moved on from that. This is part of what starts to create a schism amongst the communist states, almost the way you would see religious break-offs 200 or 300 or 400 years before this era, when all of a sudden a change in religious doctrine or dogma messed up enough people so that we're going to go this way and you're going to go that way. The United States and the West saw the communists up to this period as a monolithic bloc who took their orders from Moscow, and now all of a sudden some of these communist countries are beginning to have disagreements with each other. Some of them are geopolitical, but some of them are ideological. But according to Professor Holloway, people like Khrushchev see this as something that is simply bowing to reality in a nuclear world. He says, quote, "Peaceful coexistence did not mean ideological coexistence, however, nor did it entail renunciation of the struggle with imperialism. But that struggle had to be conducted in such a way as to avoid nuclear war." End quote. In other words, the new leaders of the Soviet Union are also trying to figure out how you operate under the old rules in a world where you have nuclear weapons and where they are increasingly getting more and more powerful. The Soviet Union explodes its first hydrogen weapon. Well, you'll get a disagreement about this. August 12, 1953 is a good date for this. Some of the real nitpickers will say, well, that's not a true hydrogen weapon. They'll get into the physics of it. Nonetheless, over the next year or two, the Soviets will refine the weapon to a point where no one will argue anymore that they too are a thermonuclear power. The equation in terms of the global dynamics will be altered, though, by the big U.S. test that goes off on March 1st, 1954. This is a test, by the way, that was not supposed to be this large. Instead, turns out to be the largest explosion ever set off by the United States. To this day, more than 15 megatons. It's called the Bravo test. This type of fireball was like 4 miles wide. I mean, everything just gets bigger and larger, but what made Bravo so completely over the top in terms of waking up the public to a level where the alarm buttons really were raised on a wide range of demographics. Whereas before, if you were a European living on a likely nuclear battlefield, you were always aware of what might happen to you. If you were a person living in India with not a care in the world of these Cold War events at this particular time period, you would notice what a lot of the rest of the world noticed about the Castle Bravo test. It was a radiological disaster. And because it was so much larger than experts had predicted, this opened up the door to being wrong about some of this stuff. There were physicists who had worst case scenarios in their nightmares, from before this period, that thought if you did this wrong, the whole atmosphere could catch on fire and all these kinds of things that sound crazy, but I'm not a physicist, so I don't even know if that's possible. But this test showed that just because you cordon off what you think is a safe area and you try to make a zone where you can see what these weapons can do, doesn't make them safe. They cordoned off a zone, and people outside the zone got radiologically sick more than 100 miles away. Famously, a Japanese fishing boat outside the exclusionary zone was bombarded with radiation. Immense amounts of fallout went up in the air. When these tests happen in these Pacific coral reefs and whatnot are atomized, for lack of a better word, and turned into like micro dust particles and blown up into the mushroom cloud, up into the atmosphere. All of them are radiated. And when they fall back down to Earth, they can make you sick and die soon if you're close by, but even if you're far away, it gets into your water, gets into your milk, gets into your food chain, starts affecting people. And after the Castle Bravo test, the rest of the world began to watch the giant geopolitical card game or three-dimensional chess game between the great powers as sort of a spectator audience. And in this particular game, the audience made a difference. And both sides tried to appeal to the audience. The audience, in this case, metaphorically speaking, is global public opinion. something that really comes of age in this period, in part because the whole understanding that nuclear weapons use, even just testing on the part of a single global power, could affect everyone. All of a sudden, everyone had skin in the game. And by the way, the era of colonialism was over for the most part, and major countries like Britain and France and others were shedding their colonies, their former colonies, and their former possessions. And these places were forming their own governments and had sovereignty of their own, for a change. And they kind of sometimes looked at the Cold War the way the man from Mars that we talked about earlier would, as outsiders who were only worried about the idea that, listen, I don't care what your beef is with each other, just don't pollute the world that we all need. And this new power block mattered, increasingly so, as communication and mass media allowed people to be involved in the conversation. And all of a sudden, you had groups of people that could be used in this discussion over how we go forward in terms of how we learn to cope with our weapons technology. The group of scientists, the Einsteins and the Bertrand Russells and the Oppenheimer types, could all of a sudden appeal directly to world opinion and try to harness it to push more for their viewpoint of how you adapt to these weapon systems. You adapt to these weapon systems, in their opinion, by getting rid of war. Not getting rid of the weapons of war, because it's their opinion that, if the weapons are there and we just pledge not to use them, eventually someone's going to grab one, make one, whatever you need to do, especially if they're losing the Third World War, so that they don't. Now, these scientists are saying, we know it's going to be tough, but you're going to have to stop this whole policy of war that you can use in your whole civilized history. They issue something in 1955, again, aimed directly at global public opinion. They do it in a press conference. How modern is that? Where Bertrand Russell, our old friend who, before the Soviets got the bomb, had these nightmares of London lying in ruins and thought maybe we should nuke the Soviets first. He and Albert Einstein, one of Einstein's last gigs, and others would get out there and push something known to history as the Russell-Einstein Manifesto. And it starts off with Bertrand Russell telling the media this line. This is a good way to start off a piece. If you want to say, basically, just so you know, we're directing this towards global public opinion, and we're on the side. The manifesto began with Russell saying, quote, I am bringing the warning pronounced by the signatories, meaning of their manifesto, to the notice of all powerful governments of the world, in the earnest hope that they may agree to allow their citizens to survive. End quote. The piece then goes on to talk about the power of nuclear weapons. It then goes on to talk about how they understand that the idea of getting rid of war sounds pie in the sky, but the power of these weapons has changed everything, including the power to pollute. But they then go on to say, as pie in the sky, if you will, as the abolition of war sounds, you must keep your eyes on what failure in this realm would mean. It's very similar to this idea of sending people to go look at the death camps 5 minutes after the liberation happens. The manifesto says, quote, the abolition of war will demand distasteful limitations of national sovereignty, but what perhaps impedes understanding of the situation more than anything else is that the term mankind, in quotes, feels vague and abstract. People scarcely realize in imagination that the danger is to themselves and their children and their grandchildren, and not only to a dimly apprehended humanity. They can scarcely bring themselves to grasp that they, individually, and those whom they love are in imminent danger of perishing agonizingly, and so they hope that perhaps war may be allowed to continue, provided modern weapons are prohibited. End quote. They then go on to explain why that's a pipe dream. The point is that all of a sudden, these scientists can appeal directly to the general public out there, and they can position them as a block of power opposed to the governments of the world who are continuing to act the way governments of the world have acted forever. The Russell-Einstein group of scientists has found their block of support, and it's international in nature. Now, there are other great intellectual thinkers out there who who will form the counterpoint to these people. We've talked about them already, these people that started, getting together in major universities, places like Yale and whatnot, these other intellectuals who don't buy this idea that we can change so fundamentally that we can outlaw war. They begin trying to think of how, once again, you live with these weapons in a way that more closely corresponds to how history has shown we're likely to behave. And if the worst happens, how do you somehow mitigate the worst case scenario? Earlier, we had said that Eisenhower was a good strategic card game player. If you were going to be involved in this kind of a global game, if you will, didn't you want to have a gamer in that position? But in a country of hundreds of millions of people, why would you stop at one good gamer? If you were playing a chess game for the survival of the world on your side, wouldn't you want all your intelligent people getting together somewhere and analyzing it? Studying the game, if you will, analyzing every move and possible counter move, every variable that might crop up. I mean, if it's a card game and we're holding atomic bomb cards in our hand, and somebody draws an ace of clubs in a minute, what do? Those people began to coalesce after the Second World War, these amazingly intelligent intellectuals, and will eventually find themselves working together in places like the famous Rand Corporation. But they didn't start that way. They started by essentially asking the kind of questions that are a function of the time. The sort of higher questions of the sort that got Truman in trouble with MacArthur over war aims, right? I mean, famously, one of these people, the founding fathers of what today we would call civilian defense intellectuals, was a guy named Bernard Brody. And Brody will famously get involved initially with all this just because the Air Force asked him to look at some World War II bombing results and to analyze them. But this eventually led to Brody asking fundamental questions like, okay, well, how big a bomb do we need to do what in order to achieve what? And all these deep questions that in general the military guys weren't thinking about because this wasn't part of their gig. In Korea, MacArthur's job was to win the war, not to figure out the political situation afterwards and all this, but all these people arising in the nuclear era, these intellectuals were pointing out that there is no separation between those things anymore. How you fight the war will determine so many other things. For example, one of the big problems that Brody had with the entire war plan that guys like Curtis LeMay had come up with, nuke the Soviet Union all at one time, quickly as possible, get it over with, was that you lost every bit of leverage that you might have. Brody argued that the game goes on even when nuclear weapons start falling, and that the way things turn out, the difference between maybe 100 million lives could be how you play the game once the bombs start falling. Now, here's the thing. All these people at the Rand Corporation, these defense intellectuals, are often characterized as a combination of like Mr. Spock and Sheldon Cooper from the Big Bang Theory. People with great mathematics and economics backgrounds who are so great at crunching numbers, but often seem detached from the real world blood and guts reality, what they're studying if the worst case scenario happens. Nonetheless, it's hard to argue with some of the things they say. For example, Brody had famously said early on that, cities as hostages, your adversaries, cities held hostage is a lot more valuable than having a bunch of corpses made. LeMay's plan created corpses. Brody wanted to preserve flexibility even after the atomic bombs dropped. He pointed it out this way. Fred Kaplan, in his 1980s classic, The Wizards of Armageddon, discusses it. He says, quote, Brody reasoned that the final surrender of the Japanese in the Pacific War resulted not from the atom bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but from the implicit threat of more atom bombs on their way if the Japanese did not give up then. Likewise, he writes, the Soviets would more likely stop fighting after receiving some destructive blows, knowing that if they did not stop, their cities would be the next targets to get hit. If, however, we blew up their cities at the very outset of the war, the bargaining lever would be blown up along with them. Hostages have no value once they are killed. Consequently, the Soviets would feel no inhibitions about blowing up American cities in return, hardly an outcome that would serve the interest of American security. End quote. It's a combination of coldly, dispassionately logical, and at the same time, in its own way, especially when compared to the atomic blitz plan that the Air Force had in place, humanitarian. These are the people who coalesce, and Brody is one of them. Herman Kahn is another. John von Neumann will be involved, and von Neumann has been called by some people the most intelligent man who's ever lived. I think that's very debatable, but if you're anywhere in that conversation, you have an incredible mind. And in the 1920s, von Neumann famously, in a poker game, devises the modern version of what you could call the mathematical theory of games, because that's what they did call it. Today we just call it game theory. The standard definition of game theory is a mathematically precise method of determining rational strategies in the face of critical uncertainties. Sounds like it might be pretty useful in a game, doesn't it? Or for that matter, or game. There had been antecedents, of course, before von Neumann. Others worked on it afterwards, including von Neumann some more. But by this time, these are the kind of people that want to employ those kinds of theories to analyze this game. But they're going to run into the same problem that those intellectuals who want to see mankind evolve away from war are running into. The speed of the pace of change. Everything keeps evolving so quickly that the minute you may think you have this atomic poker game figured out, with one deck, somebody decides, okay, now we're going to play with another deck added to it. It upsets your paradigm on a regular basis. It's arguable, but perhaps the biggest destabilizer between 1950 and 1960 is the growth of missile technology, which, at the end of the Second World War, the Soviets and the West were both scouring Germany as they occupied it to grab as many Nazi scientists as they could, because in a couple of key areas, German scientists were ahead of the West and the Soviets. Missile technology, for example. They've been using at the end of the war a missile called the V2 against places like London. And suspiciously, for about the next 10 years, some of these missiles would look like carbon copies of the V2. The United States would grab one of these scientists, a guy named Werner von Braun, who would, of course, be influential in the U.S. space program later. The space programs themselves of both the Soviet Union and the United States had, we'll call it dual-purpose technological applicability, because when the Soviets launched the first satellite into space, Sputnik, in 1957, some people worry that the Soviets are now ahead in space technology, but a lot of people understand that if you can put a satellite in space, at the tip of a rocket, you can put a bomb on the tip of a rocket and send it to the United States. The real key change for me reading all this material was the modern material makes it clear that even though the time the United States was most frightened of nuclear war hitting them when they were building bomb shelters in the backyard in Nebraska, the Soviet Union probably had very little chance of launching an attack on the U.S., as we said earlier. First of all, any attack during that period would have involved aircraft, and the United States had a wonderful defensive air force that could have shot down anything. But it's missiles that changed that. They also start putting them on submarines, which changes everything too. The difference between 1950 and 1960 in terms of trying to control and corral the threat and the growing instability is night and day, as nuclear expert Joseph Sorrentioni points out after discussing the Atoms for Peace idea that Eisenhower threw out there. There'd also been a summit in 1955 between Eisenhower and Khrushchev trying to break the tension somewhat. Nikita Khrushchev even came to the United States in the late 50s and visited, led around by Vice President Nixon and the press in tow, sort of to get to know you on both sides, to sort of humanize each other a little bit. But for every decrease in tensions on one hand, there was something on the other hand to make up for it. And the complexity and increasing power of the weapons just made the job of anyone who wanted to control these things darn near impossible. Listen to Joseph Sorrentioni run down the growth in weapons technology in the 10 years between 1950 and 1960. He wrote, quote, "While Atoms for Peace was promoting nuclear technology for peaceful purposes, the U.S. military was equipping their troops with thousands of nuclear weapons, adapting them for use in nuclear depth charges, nuclear torpedoes, nuclear mines, nuclear artillery, and even a nuclear bazooka. This infantry weapon, called the Davy Crockett, would fire a nuclear warhead about half a mile. Both the United States and the Soviet Union developed strategies to fight and win a nuclear war, created vast nuclear weapon complexes, and began deploying intercontinental ballistic missiles and fleets of ballistic missile submarines. The effective abandonment of international control efforts and the race to build a numerical and then a qualitative nuclear advantage resulted in the American nuclear arsenal mushrooming from just under 400 weapons in 1950 to over 20,000 by 1960. The Soviet arsenal, likewise, jumped from 5 warheads in 1950 to roughly 1,600 in 1960. The United States was ahead, but afraid. End quote. When you think about the situation that Harry Truman was trying to cope with, from 45 to 52, and what seemed complex at the time, look at how all of this stuff makes that look like a card game with a single deck, and by the time Eisenhower leaves office, he's playing multi-level chess or atomic poker with 9 decks going at the same time. But he's grown with it. He's learned how to play this game. He started and stepped in at a time when it was much less complicated. Truman showed him his hand, said, "This is what's in my hand. This is what we think is in his hand. This is my strategy. Good luck." And handed his hand of cards over to, one of the great gamers, the guy you would say, if you had to handpick them, might have been uniquely qualified for this time and this place. But he's also the head of a system that doesn't pick their people based on qualification. The person that gets to sit in the chair and play the other side, with the world as your stakes in the card game or the chess match, is chosen by the electorate. And they can choose anybody. 1960 will be Dwight Eisenhower's last year in office. The Constitution mandates that you get no more than 2 terms. His time is up. He's done anyway. The presidency wipes people out anyway. He's had health problems. It's time for someone new. The problem is who is qualified to take over the game from Eisenhower? Now, what if you get someone in there who plays poorly? The voters in the United States have always had a lot of responsibility. But when they were voting, say, for President Roosevelt for re-election in 1940, they weren't voting for the most dangerous human being of all time. When they go to the polls in 1960 to vote for someone to replace the retiring Dwight Eisenhower, that's exactly what they're voting for. For all his power and authority in the 1930s and 1940s, Franklin Delano Roosevelt didn't have atomic weapons, so couldn't have taken us to nuclear war like presidents after 1945. What's more, he operated in a constitutional framework that, especially for the big wars, required the involvement of other people. The Congress, for example, he couldn't do this by himself. In 1945, the advent of atomic weapons changed all that. The Truman administration took that power to themselves, rightly or wrongly. They had some good reasons, but you can disagree about them. But it solidified the power to use these extraordinary weapons in the hands of a single human being. No one's ever had that kind of power. And U.S. presidents from 1945 on are infinitely more dangerous in a worst-case scenario than they were before then. And we Americans tend not to think of our own people as scary and dangerous. But you can bet that in other countries, in 1960, places that might be on the receiving end of a worst-case scenario, people, for example, living in the old Soviet Union, those people certainly would have recognized the potential danger of the most dangerous figure in world history, a person that will be determined by the particular whims of the U.S. electorate. Of course, the problem one might ask is, if you have issues with that, who would you rather have pick that person? And think about it carefully, because the power of that person is getting more scary all the time. The president that succeeds Eisenhower will be the first one to control the U.S.